Chapter 2264. Unique Star Law? This stunned everyone. In an instant, Candlestar's strength, which they were so proud of, had no advantage at all. If Tianyun had an ordinary star law, he would have had an advantage. But now that Tianyun had a unique star law, what else was there to say? He was able to defeat Candlestar even before he used his star law idol. Now that he had used his unique star law, what other advantages did Zhu Xing have? This is impossible. How? How can you have a unique star law? Zhu Xing, who was rushing over, roared. However, his attack did not slow down at all. Once his attack was unleashed, there was no reason for him to retract it. You think you can have it, but I can't. Tianyun didn't transform into his original body. He only released his strongest astral power and stacked them on top of each other. 68 cubic meters of astral power was indeed terrifying. It was much more powerful than Zhu Xing. If he transformed into his original body, he would be even more powerful. Tianyun wouldn't give Zhu Xing any chance to turn the tables. The unique star law behind him opened its mouth and swallowed Zhu Xing's astral power. It devoured 1/3 of Zhu Xing's astral power and turned it into his own, 71 cubic meters of astral power. 67 cubic meters of astral power was already incredible. Now that he had increased it to 71 cubic meters, it was terrifying and had reached an unprecedented level. The others turned pale. This power was incredible. How were they going to fight? Jing Xian was stunned when she saw the star law behind Tianyun. Then she was pleasantly surprised. So it's him? I want you to die. Zhu Xing let out another furious roar. Blood gushed out of his body and surged into his hair. His power rose once again, but it was meaningless. The increase in power was powerful, but it wasn't as powerful as Tianyun's 71 cubic meters of astral power. The key was that Zhu Xing had 71 cubic meters of astral power. His real power was more than 71 cubic meters. He had the bonus of crazy mode. His combat power was incredible. Get down. Tianyun stepped forward in the void, and the 7-color Emperor Dragon above him released its own dragon power and slammed forward. It looked like a simple and unadorned move, but with a single slap, it easily dispersed the terrifying flame tornado. Together with the candle star, it was smashed into the ground and flattened. The wolf fur on his body fell off completely. What sturdy wolf fur? What flames that could burn everything? Under this slap, everything was scattered. Even Zhu Xing was severely injured. This verified what Tianyun had said. If Tianyun used his star law, then Zhu Xing would have no chance at all. Now, it was really so. How could there be any chance to speak of? He was directly smashed to pieces by his palm. Kill him. Zhu Xing raised his head with great difficulty and glared at them viciously. He wanted the other elders to kill him. When the elders of the Zhu family saw this, they were also furious. The 7 of them quickly surrounded him. I don't know where you're from, but you must die today. They did not dare to let Tianyun go. Once they let Tianyun go, if Tianyun became a divine, Star Venerable one day, and held a grudge, the Zhu family would really be done for. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 great Star Venerables all unleashed their level 6 star law. The 7 elders surrounded him. They were the strongest fighting force of the Zhu family. Just because of what you said, you must also die today, Tianyun said calmly. I wanted to let you go, but it seems like you're not satisfied. Immediately, Tianyun smiled. His smile was so cold that it made the surrounding elders tremble, and a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. You're talking big. Do you think you can defeat us just because you defeated Zhu Xing? You're too naive. Cut the crap. Come and accept your death. The first elder of the Zhu family turned his hand, and a star venerable level treasure appeared in his hand. Another elder was also holding a star venerable level treasure. No wonder they were not afraid of Tianyun. They all had powerful treasures. Besides, the 7 of them were attacking him together, so they were quite confident. However, this was not enough to scare Tianyun. I'll show you what a real body looks like. Tianyun stepped forward. The 7-color Emperor Dragon instantly integrated into his body. His body immediately made a crackling sound, and soon his body was abruptly expanded by a big circle. Thick dragon scales covered his body. At the same time, colorful lights were emitted from the surface of his body. This caused his already frightening aura to increase explosively once again. Don't let him finish merging with his body. They were shocked. Seeing this, they did not dare to stay outside and watch. Instead, they all surrounded him and attacked him. The elders of the other big families all moved away from him. They did not dare to get close to him in case they got hurt. They would not help him. They were not related to Tianyun. Why would they help him? He couldn't wait to get as far away as possible. It was even more impossible for him to get close. Yuan wanted to help, but Tianyun told him not to. He could handle it himself. Under such circumstances, Heaven Traveling Yuan could only watch from the side. Tianxing, Huan came out. She had challenged Lin Fan a few times, but she had failed. She had just come out, and she saw such a scene. She was shocked. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but the fight had already started. Boom! The attacks of the 7 Grand Star Venerables landed in the area where Tianyun was. They created a destructive power. Under this bombardment, the hard ground rapidly cracked into a dense spider web that rapidly spread in all directions. Is he dead? Zhu Xing was barely able to raise his head and observe the situation over here. His red eyes were filled with joy. Even if he could not kill Tianyun, he could at least see Tianyun die in front of him. Plus, Tianyun's unique star Dharma idol was there. He wanted Tianyun to die even more. When the others thought Tianyun was dead, a ghostly voice appeared behind them. Who died? Everyone turned around and saw Tianyun standing behind them, unharmed. He was not a fool. He would not stand there and let them attack him. With a simple shift, he had managed to escape. Tianyun had finished merging with his body. He looked like a fierce dragon in human form. His thick dragon scales were terrifying. His aura was much stronger than Zhu Xing's. Chapter 2265. Other star venerables would have been scared off by the Zhu family's Grand Star Venerables. There were 7 Grand Star Venerables in front of them. 2 of them were in the late stage of the Star Venerables, and they all had Star Venerable level treasures. With the 2 superimposed, their strength could be said to have reached an extremely powerful realm. They could defeat all the factions on the desolate dragon planet. Most of the factions on the Red Moon planet would not be able to resist such a terrifying attack. Tianyun's expression did not change. He looked calm, as if the 7 Grand Star Venerables in front of him were not Grand Star Venerables, but 7 Star Venerables. Devour the starry sky. Tianyun swallowed the astral power of 4 Grand Star Venerables and turned it into the astral power above his head. Tianyun's limit was 68 cubes of astral power. Now that he had swallowed the astral power of 4 people, the nebula above his head spun crazily. It was like a galaxy enveloping him. He went from 68 cubes of astral power to 80 cubes in one go. He could look down on everyone. 80 cubes of astral power. The group of people gulped. Some of them almost swallowed their own tongues. They had never seen someone in the late stage of the Star Venerables explode with 80 cubes of astral power. Just this combination alone was enough to kill any Star Venerables in the late stage. They had rarely seen divine Star Venerables, but they thought even a divine Star Venerate would not be killed in one move. They would probably be able to resist a few moves. Such a terrifying power shook the surrounding space, as if it would collapse at any moment, especially the 80 cubes of astral power above their heads. If they were not in the purple gold divine pavilion, they would have exploded. The area it covered was too wide. Even the roof in the sky was about to explode. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were afraid of being dominated by astral power. Even divine Star Venerables might not be able to reach 80 cubes of astral power. However, Eteonyon could do it. What a strange ability. I thought he could only use it once. Who knew he could swallow so many in a row? Chu Hatong and the others were stunned. They had never seen Eteonyon's ability before. Now that they had seen it for themselves, they were truly shocked. When they devoured the star power of the candle star, they were all shocked. They felt that there was such a special ability. Now, it was even more shocking. He swallowed the star power of 4 people in a row, increasing his own star power by a large amount, and at the same time weakening the star power of his opponents by a large amount. After the two superimposed, it was equivalent to a double enhancement. They had never seen such a terrifying ability before. It showed them what a unique star Dharma Laksana was like. Even the candle star's unique star form wasn't this powerful, was it? Initially, I didn't want to get rid of all of you. After all, you are a large group of experts that can be used to deal with the giant beast clan. However, I have to make an example out of you now. How could Eteonyon not know that many forces were eyeing them covetously? Most importantly, if he wanted to intimidate them, he had to unleash his strongest power and completely suppress them. At this moment, the 7 Grand Star Venerables quickly surrounded him. They gathered their power again and attacked Eteonyon. Go to hell! The elders of the Zhu clan showed ferocious expressions. Let's see where you can hide this time. They were shocked by Eteonyon's ability, but they were still very confident in themselves. If the 7 Grand Star Venerables worked together, would they still be unable to deal with Eteonyon? Eteonyon's gaze turned cold. If it were in the past, I might have been a little afraid. But now, he increased his power again. The giant image of the 7-colored Emperor Dragon charged forward to meet the attack head-on. He did not even try to hide. He chose to face them head-on. Boom! The majestic 7-colored Emperor Dragon let out a dragon roar and broke the light net encircling it. It was like tearing a piece of paper. The joint attack of the 7 Grand Star Venerables was so weak before Eteonyon's attack. Puff! They all spat up blood. After their attacks were torn apart, they suffered a backlash from their own power. This was the weakness of a joint attack. Once their attack was broken, they would suffer a backlash. It might not be serious, but they would at least be injured. Most importantly, the 7 Grand Star Venerables could not withstand a single attack from Eteonyon. When they were sent flying by the backlash, before they could recover, a huge figurehead already covered them and directly pressed down from the sky. With a dong sound, one of the elders was smashed into a bloody mist. The first one. Eteonyon said softly. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the area and reached everyone's ears. Soon, Eteonyon charged at the next elder and struck him again. With a dong sound, he smashed him into a bloody mist. In less than half a breath's time, he killed 2 elders easily. It felt like the Grand Star Venerables were like tofu that could be smashed easily. The second one. Eteonyon's voice is like a curse. It reaches everyone's ears. It's like being hit in the heart. It's quite depressing, even fear. They imagined themselves being punched. They could not resist it at all. Tianyan didn't use any fancy moves. He just used his fists to hit the ground. However, such a simple move contained an incomparably terrifying power. All of the power was condensed into this punch. Tianyan didn't stop. He rushed to the other elder again, taking advantage of the fact that they haven't recovered yet. He wants to kill them. The third one. The fourth one. Finally, after killing 4 in a row, they finally calmed down. They are all on guard, breathing heavily. Their eyes are staring at Tianyan in case he continues to attack. Do you think you can resist my attack like this? Tianyan walked toward them step by step. They felt the palace shake with each step. Absolute power. No matter how you defend, you can't resist my attack. Dong! Tianyan charged at one of them again. A horrifying aura shrouded him. That elder turned pale. His eyes were filled with Tianyan's figure. At the last moment of his life, his eyes were filled with Tianyan's figure. The elder tried his best to resist Tianyan's attack, but it was useless, and he was killed by Tianyan's punch. This was true absolute power. In the face of absolute power, any kind of resistance was futile. No one could resist the superposition of 80 cubic meters of astral power. Not only did it have 80 cubic meters of astral power, but it also had the superposition of crazy mode. Who could resist it? It was far beyond the late stage of a grand star venerable. It was almost on par with a divine star venerable. The fifth one. Chapter 2266. 5 of the Zhu family's elders were killed. 2 of them were late-stage star venerables. He did not prioritize killing the weakest, but the strongest. Killing 2 elders in an instant was equivalent to cutting off 2 of the Zhu family's arms. Now, that 5 of them were killed. Even if the remaining 2 were not killed, the Zhu family was basically done for. They had fallen from the top of the rankings to the bottom. However, it was impossible for Tianyan to let the other 2 go. Since they wanted to attack him, they had to pay the price. The 6th, the 7th, all 7 elders of the Zhu family were killed. Not a single one was left. The only one still alive was Zhu Xing, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. He had seen all the elders killed with his own eyes. He was the only one left. It's over. Tianyan's demonic voice finally ended. Everyone could not calm down from their shock. They would probably never forget this scene. All the Zhu family's experts were killed by Tianyan alone, and it was a complete massacre. Such a tyrannical posture made them feel incomparably horrified, and they felt that everything was a dream. Other great star venerables would not be able to do this. In the end, he walked up to Zhu Xing, whose eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He looked down at him and said calmly, "Finally, it's your turn." Zhu Xing looked at him with fear in his eyes. He had not expected Tianyan to kill all the Zhu family's elders. He had thought the Zhu family's elders could kill Tianyan. He had not expected the result to be so miserable. All of them were killed. You're a demon." Zhu Xing screamed miserably. You killed all the Zhu family's elders. Demon, you're a demon. If you don't provoke me, then I won't be a devil, Tianyan said with a smile. It's time to send you to hell. The other elders are waiting for you to go with them, Tianyan said with a smile. You'll die a horrible death if you kill me. Our Zhu family has a divine, star venerable. Zhu Xing roared, trying to threaten him with the prestige of a divine, star venerable. You speak as if your Zhu family's divine star venerables wouldn't come to kill me if I didn't kill you, Tianyan said indifferently. Aren't you going to bid farewell to Miss Jingxin one last time? Jingxin? How could Zhu Xing still be in the mood? Everyone was dead, but he anxiously turned his head to look at the Chu family and roared Are you just going to watch our Zhu family die? Didn't you want to marry our Zhu family before? Help me kill him, quick. Young Master Zhu, we can't do that. Chuha looked at him with pity. Tianyun had given them too much of a shock. If they were to attack Tianyun, even if they managed to kill Tianyun, the price they would have to pay would be very heavy. As for the marriage, all the elders of the Zhu clan were dead, so what marriage was there to talk about? Without any powerhouses, the Zhu clan was just an empty shell. They had heard of divine, star-venerable powerhouses, but who knew where they were? It was rumored that the Zhu clan had a divine, star-venerable powerhouse, but it seemed that he had left the Zhu clan to travel the world. How could such an illusory thing have any deterrent effect if it was said to be true? If it was said that he was in seclusion in the Zhu clan, it would have some deterrent effect. Zhu Xing's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected such an ending. Then he looked at Jing Xian. Jing Xian's gaze had never changed. She was still very indifferent. She didn't care about him at all. Zhu Xing's heart immediately sank to the bottom. He felt that everything was so miserable. That's right. Didn't you say that the possessor of the star aspect unique to the desolate dragon planet was very weak? Actually, I am that person from the desolate dragon planet. After Tianyun finished speaking, he lifted his foot and stomped down on Zhu Xing. Only the two of them could hear him. Zhu Xing's eyes narrowed. His eyes were filled with shock. After thinking about it carefully, it really was so. Unique star aspect powerhouses. Scarlet Moon Planet had two unique star aspect owners. Now that Tianyun was the possessor of a unique star aspect, he definitely wasn't from Scarlet Moon Planet. Then he might be from the desolate dragon planet, that aboriginal planet. How can he be so strong? Zhu Xing couldn't believe this fact. Tianyun didn't continue to explain. He lifted his foot and stomped down heavily. When he was about to stomp him to death, a sigh suddenly came from the side. Little friend, why are you so heartless? Let go of the Zhu clan's last hope. An old voice came from behind a group of cultivators. At the same time, a wave of power surged over and wrapped around Zhu Xing's body. This made the foot that Tianyun was about to stomp down forcefully. He couldn't continue even half a step. At that moment, an old man walked out of the crowd. Suddenly, someone shouted in shock, It's Lord Mei Qing, Celestial Star Elder. Mei Qing, Celestial Star Elder? They were stunned. A divine star elder had appeared to protect Zhu Xing. They had all heard of Mei Qing, Celestial Star Elder. He was a super powerhouse from a long time ago. Everyone thought he was dead. They didn't expect him to still be alive and even come in. However, there was no point in coming in. He couldn't enter the training area. He was too old to enter. Ha ha ha. It's Lord Mei Qing, Celestial Star Elder. Great, you're finally willing to help. Zhu Xing laughed. His eyes, which had been full of despair, suddenly became full of hope. He even became arrogant. With the help of a divine star elder, what was there for him to be afraid of? Break. The power under Tianyun's feet surged. He stomped hard, and the barrier protecting Zhu Xing was shattered. His foot landed directly on Zhu Xing's head. Stop. Mei Qing, Celestial Star Elder roared. He didn't expect that Tianyun would dare to do this after seeing him. Tianyun turned a deaf ear to him. He stepped out and completely crushed Zhu Xing's head. Even his soul was destroyed. Now, even Mei Qing, Celestial Star Elder, couldn't save him unless he went to the Death Clan. However, the Death Clan had joined Tianyun, so it was impossible to find him. Ding! Successfully killed Zhu Xing obtained 2 billion star energy points and 1,000 kill points. Obtained unique star aspect, Heavenly Star Crimson Wolf. The items that dropped were a bit monotonous, but just the unique star aspect was enough to satisfy him. Zhu Xing's unique star aspect was definitely not bad. It might not be comparable to the five-colored Emperor Dragon's unique star aspect, but it definitely had its own highlights. It was just that Zhu Xing couldn't fully use it. It didn't mean that he could use its power, just because he could fuse them. Chapter 2267. Yi Tianyun had crushed Zhu Xing in front of Divine. Star Venerate Mei Qing. Mei Qing Divine. Star Venerate's words had gone in one ear, and he hadn't paid any attention to them. Under such circumstances, they were completely shocked. If he had dared to face the Zhu clan before, that could be called courage. However, treating Divine, Star Venerate, Mei Qing like this was courting death. This was a Divine, Star Venerate, not a great Star Venerate. The gap between the two was like a chasm. If Divine, Star Venerate, Mei Qing was provoked, he could really slap someone to death. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had seen bold people, but they had never seen someone so bold. This guy is too heaven-defying. He doesn't even listen to Divine, Star Venerate Mei Qing's words. Chu Hutong and the others were shocked. No matter what, he had to give Divine, Star Venerate some face, right? Tian Yuan and the others shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to really dare to do this. He didn't give any face at all. You don't even give this old man face. Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing frowned. He was a little angry. He really didn't expect Yi Tianyun to go against his words and kill Zhu Xing. He was a little angry, but he was more angry because Yi Tianyun didn't listen to his words and killed Zhu Xing. After his anger erupted, the power of a Divine, Star Venerate shrouded over here, making Yi Tianyun feel a little pressure. It had to be said that the pressure of a Divine, Star Venerate, was quite strong. It had the kind of pressure that made people breathless. Especially when it was only targeted at Yi Tianyun, it made the pressure even greater. However, Yi Tianyun's expression didn't change. He didn't regret his actions. For him, if he didn't kill Zhu Xing, the future disaster would be even more serious. Unless Zhu Xing was completely crippled and couldn't cultivate that kind of power. But this was impossible. After being saved by Divine, Star Venerate Mei Qing, he would definitely cultivate like crazy. At that time, it would be equivalent to burying a great hidden danger. Zhu Xing's talent wasn't bad, and he had a unique star aspect. With these two combined, he could definitely suppress a group of people. At that time, he would be a threat to Yi Tianyun. It wasn't a threat to him, but a threat to his faction. It would be extremely troublesome to cultivate to the Divine, Star Venerable level one day. Although he himself was not afraid, it was definitely a good thing to have less trouble in the future. Therefore, he made a prompt decision. Even if he had to infuriate Mei Qing, God Star Venerable, he had to get rid of this guy. At the same time, he had a life-saving method, and that was the Violet Gold Divine Pavilion. He was the master of the Purple Gold Divine Pavilion, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to trap Star Venerate Mei Qing. It's not that I don't want to give you face, but Zhu Xing almost killed me. If I let him go, it'll be the same as leaving a future trouble for me. Yi Tianyun looked at Mei Qing, God, Star Venerable, with a calm expression. Very good. Seems like you have a reason, Mei Qing, God Star Sovereign said angrily. You've already taken care of so many experts of the Zhu family. I once promised the Zhu family that if anything happens to the Zhu family, I would at least protect a seedling. If I stop you, you won't even be able to touch those elders in front of you. It was obvious that Mei Qing, God Star Sovereign, had already appeared on the side. However, he had promised the Zhu family that he would only protect talented geniuses like Zhu Xing, who knew that even the last seedling wouldn't be able to be protected. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed like Mei Qing, God's star sovereign, still owed the Zhu family a favor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come forward to help. This could be seen from the fact that he didn't help at the beginning and only helped at the end. He really didn't have much affection for the Zhu family. He just wanted to fulfill a promise. Does the Zhu family have no other disciples? Yi Tianyun said indifferently, I won't destroy the Zhu family. There are many other disciples there, and there are also many seedlings. Is that trash the same as Zhu Xing? Mei Qing, God's star sovereign, said angrily. The point is that you don't listen to my request. You won't even give me face. It seems like there's no need for you to stay in this world. Originally, the Zhu family's matter had nothing to do with me. I just wanted to protect a seedling. Now that the seedling is dead, you can go down and accompany him. Mei Qing, God's star sovereign, walked over to Yi Tianyun, step by step. The pressure he exerted was getting stronger and stronger. He wanted to completely crush Yi Tianyun. Mei Qing, God's star sovereign's murderous intent was aroused. He wanted to kill Yi Tianyun. He didn't have a good impression of the Zhu family, but he still had to fulfill his promise. Now that the promise was gone, he could only help kill Yi Tianyun. This could be considered repaying the Zhu family's kindness. When everyone heard Mei Qing, God's star sovereign's words, they all took a few steps back. Their gazes shifted to Yi Tianyun. Everyone's mentality was different. Some were gloating, some were worried, and most of them felt pity. Originally, with Yi Tianyun's strength, breaking through to the divine star sovereign realm wouldn't have been a problem. A bright future awaited him. Who knew that he would encounter Mei Qing, God's star sovereign? Now, everything was over. Brother Yi, I'll help you. Tian Yuan gritted his teeth and stood together with Yi Tianyun. Tian Yueming didn't hesitate either. He also stood up and resisted Mei Qing, God's star sovereign, with Yi Tianyun. Tian Yueming's expression changed. He wanted to say something, but it was hard for him to say it. If the two of them stood up, how would the treasures be settled? The key was Tian Yueming. If he was targeted by a divine star sovereign, he would definitely die. The two of them will be buried with you? That's interesting. Mei Qing, God's star sovereign, said coldly. All right, I'll fulfill your wish and send you down together. Mei Qing, God's star sovereign, started forming hand seals. Violent energy fluctuations surged from all directions. The fight hadn't even started, but the group of people felt their scalps go numb. Even though they were far away, they could feel a strong sense of oppression coming from the front. It made them feel like they would be annihilated with a light flick. Thank you both for standing up to help, but leave this place to me. Yi Tianyun was touched by the two of them standing up. It could be said that a friend in need is a friend indeed. They were sincere. But this, Yi Tianyun waved his hand, indicating for them to stop talking. He stood up and said, the two of them have nothing to do with me. Your target is me. You want to fight, right? Can we fight somewhere else? Yi Tianyun made a request. No, we can only fight here. Mei Qing, God's star sovereign, sneered. I want everyone to know that I, Mei Qing, God's star sovereign, must fulfill my promises. I can't protect the Zhu family's seedlings, but I can at least kill the murderer and let everyone witness it. Mei Qing, God's star sovereign, flatly refused Yi Tianyun's request. Instead, he killed Yi Tianyun in front of everyone to fulfill his promise. Although he didn't succeed, killing Yi Tianyun could be considered revenge. Chapter 2268, Fighting Against a Divine. Star Venerable was undoubtedly a dead end. It was basically the kind of death that was hard to escape. Now that Yi Tianyun had chosen to fight a divine, Star Venerable head-on, people would only think that he was overestimating himself. They wouldn't think that he was very courageous. What kind of situation was courageous? it was built on the fact that he could deal with it, or that even if the other party kept him here, he would still be greatly injured. Under such circumstances, he could still be called courageous. If there was a huge disparity in strength, then he would be an idiot. It seems that you still want to fight me. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing was startled, but he immediately laughed. People really value self-knowledge. You think that you can fight a divine, Star Venerable, just because you killed the Zhu family's elder? You're too naive. I never thought that way. I was just doing what I should have done. I can't just stand still and let you kill me, right? If I let you kill me without putting up any resistance, I'd be the real idiot, Yi Tianyin said indifferently. All right, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing sneered. Then take one of my moves first. I'll let you see what a gap is. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing didn't even use the star aspect. He waved his palm and pressed down. He simply mobilized his own power. As he mobilized his own power, a terrifying power surged out of his body. The area above began to distort. A divine light penetrated the thick palace walls and shrouded them. At that moment, a large amount of star power in the area above was extracted and turned into his own use. This wasn't the star power mobilized by the star aspect, but the scattered star power in the surroundings. He could instantly extract a large amount of star power and condense it into power that he could use. This was the special ability of Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing, Star Catcher. This ability was a bit similar to devouring the starry sky. The difference was that one devoured the opponent's star power, while the other gathered the sky's star power to enhance one's own power. If he used the star aspect and combined it with the Star Catcher ability, it would be a double explosion, reaching an extremely shocking level. As a result, a Divine Star Venerable's cultivation was not only heaven-defying, but they also had an additional amplification technique. Just this alone was enough to crush a great Star Venerable. It was precisely because of this that everyone felt how laughable Yi Tianyin's challenge was. It was undoubtedly equivalent to an ant trying to shake a tree with an egg. Flowing green palm. Celestial Star Venerable Mei Qing stretched out his hand and covered Yi Tianyin's side. The void was pierced, and a huge palm stretched out to press down on Yi Tianyin's side. The space was distorted, and it seemed like it would explode at any time. The gigantic palm had sealed off all of Yi Tianyin's escape routes. There was basically nowhere for him to escape to. Yi Tianyin had never planned to escape. He hadn't completely unleashed his power. He still had 80 cubic meters of star power. His hands flashed, and 8 arms suddenly grew out from his back. This was the 8-armed divine Ape's Star Dharma idol. After using it, it could control more weapons. Yi Tianyin stretched out his hand and waved. 4 Star Venerable weapons fell into his hand. Controlling 4 Star Venerable weapons at once greatly enhanced his power. He only had 1 weapon before. After killing Candlestar and the others, he got 3 Star Venerable weapons. In total, he had 4 Star Venerable weapons. Brother Yi, catch! Tian Yuan and Tian Xinghuan, both through the Star Venerable treasures they had gotten to Yi Tianyin. In this way, he had 6 Star Venerable weapons. The 6 Star Venerable weapons gave off the most dazzling light under his power. Chaotic Star Brilliance Cut. Yi Tianyin took a step forward. The power of the 7-colored king dragon burst out. He turned into a human-shaped giant dragon and confronted the huge palm that was coming down. The 6 Star Venerable weapons danced in the air. They turned into 6 flowing lights and swept forward. Boom! The terrifying light belt pierced through the gigantic palm that was covering the sky. Together with his entire body, he rushed over and directly smashed the astonishing power of the gigantic palm. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't expect Onion to have this kind of power. Could he continue to raise it? It was really enviable for one person to use 6-star venerable weapons. Interesting, but that's it. Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing was shocked. He didn't expect his palm to be split by Onion. If it had been another Grand Star Venerable in the late stage, he would have been flattened. Not only was Onion fine, but he could also continue to rush toward him. Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing operated his powerful power again and waved his palm in Etienne's direction. This time, the power he used was several levels higher, reaching the limit of his divine, Star Venerable level power. Blue Moon Palm. Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing attacked with his palm again. This time, its power was several times stronger than before. It was much thicker and more solid. When one looked up, it looked like a real giant palm. It was made of flesh and blood, and the fine lines were what a real palm should look like. In fact, this was not a real palm, but a giant palm condensed by star power. It's over! Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing was very confident in his move. Even Etienne couldn't resist such a powerful palm. This palm was definitely a move that could only be resisted by a Divine Star Venerable. Boom! The giant palm and the 6 flowing lights collided, causing a huge explosion in the palace. The whole palace shook violently, as if it would collapse at any time. In fact, the damage caused was relatively small. The purple gold divine pavilion was too solid, and it couldn't break its solid defense. This guy is dead. Yueming shook his head. Although he couldn't get the Star Venerable level treasure, at least he saw Etienne die. Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing must have taken away so many divine, Star Venerable weapons. It was impossible for them to be left here. Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing was in short supply. When everyone thought that Etienne was dead, a flowing light shot out and rushed toward Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing. It hit Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing at lightning speed. Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing reacted quickly to block it, but it was too late. He was too confident in his move, so he was full of confidence in his move. Boom! Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing was sent flying. He only managed to stop after retreating a long distance. His arm had caved in, and there were 6 deep marks around his body, each of which was bleeding. He hadn't expected Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing, to be injured. Chapter 2269. Divine, Star Venerate Mei Qing had suffered a big loss, which made them feel incredulous. They didn't expect that a dignified divine, Star Venerate, would be injured by Etienne, and it didn't seem to be a light injury. Hiding your strength isn't a good habit. Etienne looked at the injured divine, Star Venerate Mei Qing, and smiled. He had some ideas in his mind. When he used his full strength, he could still exchange a few moves with divine, Star Venerate Mei Qing without using the star aspect, and even gain the upper hand. It seemed that his current strength had reached the same level as a divine, Star Venerate without using the star aspect, or even slightly better. How dare you? Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing was furious. A level 6 star aspect quickly emerged behind him. It was a double-headed dragon. The double-headed dragon roared as if it had broken out of divine, Star Venerate Mei Qing's body. It rushed out in one breath, and violent power rushed in all directions. Roar! The terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout the purple gold divine pavilion. The cultivators who were slightly closer felt a tingling pain in their ears. When they reached out to touch it, they were shocked to the point of bleeding. Just the roar alone had such an impact. What kind of effect would it have if it was an attack? As soon as the star aspect appeared, the star power above also quickly gathered and condensed around divine. Star venerate Mei Qing 60 cubic meters of star power. Compared to the star power Yi Tianyun used, it was 20 cubic meters less. This couldn't be helped. Yi Tianyun's ultimate move was against the rules. Coupled with the superposition of multiple star aspects, it caused the star power to reach an incredible level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stunned when they saw so much star power. 80 cubic meters of star power was a level that even divine star venerates couldn't reach. However, facing a divine star venerate, they still felt that there was no hope at all. The reason why divine star venerates were powerful was that their own strength was extremely tyrannical, not relying on star power to become strong. When one became stronger, they would become even more tyrannical under the superposition of star power. Using star power was just an icing on the cake, allowing one's strength to be fully exerted. Yi Tianyun had a lot of star power, but the foundation of his power was far inferior to that of a divine, star venerable, so no one was optimistic about him. Correspondingly, this was also quite heaven-defying. If Yi Tianyun's cultivation reached the divine, star venerable realm, just this 80 cubic meters of stellar power would be enough to crush divine, star venerable Mei Qing. That was a matter for the future. As for now, no one was optimistic about Yi Tianyun. Even though Yi Tianyun had injured Mei Qing God, star venerable, they didn't think much of it. At most, they were just a little surprised. After all, Mei Qing divine, star venerable hadn't unleashed his full power. He had just mobilized his own power in a normal manner. He didn't even use his true power. So this kind of victory couldn't be considered a victory. It was just because Mei Qingshen, star venerable, was careless. Now, that Mei Qing divine star venerable had truly unleashed his strength. Even the purple gold divine pavilion trembled a little. This was the true power of a divine star venerable, a power that a group of great star venerables looked up to. It's over this kid. Their eyes were full of schadenfreude. The previous seemingly good battle results would only make Yi Tianyun die faster. How are you going to resist? Jing Xian's beautiful eyes stared at Yi Tianyun. She wanted to see how Yi Tianyun would save himself this time. Facing a divine star venerable, it could be said that all great star venerables could only give up resisting. Unless the opponent was seriously injured and their power was greatly weakened, fighting a divine star venerable head-on would be courting death. What else can you use to deal with me this time? Can your stellar power continue to increase, or do you have more star venerable level treasures? Mei Qing divine, star venerable's eyes were full of contempt. You might be the first great star venerable to be able to force me to unleash the star dharma aspect under the power of a divine star venerable, which great star venerable wouldn't give up resisting. When Yi Tianyun saw the star dharma aspect behind Mei Qing divine, star venerable, he smiled. He was so fearless facing Mei Qing divine star venerable because he knew that Mei Qing divine star venerable's star dharma aspect was the double-headed dragon. In addition to knowing the double-headed dragon star dharma aspect, he was also the master of the purple gold divine pavilion. With these two conditions, even a divine star venerable would be crushed by him. He would never do something he wasn't sure of. It was only because he was confident that he was so fearless. It's very easy to deal with you. Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and waved. 6 star venerable level weapons shone with a cold light, ready to shoot out at any time. I'll use these 6 star venerable level weapons to kill you. It's that easy. Ha, 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 are you an idiot? Do you think the same move will work on me? Even 9 star venerable level weapons would be trash in front of me, let alone 6. Mei Qing divine, star venerable's eyes were full of disdain. The others shook their heads. Even if one wanted to brag, One must have the ability to back it up. What did these 6-star venerable level weapons mean to a divine star venerable? Really? That's not necessarily true. Eteonyon took a step forward and said in a cold voice, "Get lost." The phantom of the 7-colored emperor dragon pressed forward, and the domineering dragon power pressed forward. As the domineering dragon power pressed forward, the double-headed dragon star Dharma aspect behind Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable wailed and quickly shrank back as if it had encountered a superior. The double-headed dragon star Dharma aspect shrank back, which meant that Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable's power, had been completely cut off. All of a sudden, he fell from his peak state to the state when he was fighting against Eteonyon. In this state, he would be cut by Eteonyon. Even if he was only slightly stronger, he was still strong. At least he wouldn't be crushed. What's going on? My Star Dharma aspect. Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable's face changed. This was something he had never experienced before. The key was that he felt that his Star Dharma aspect couldn't come out no matter how hard he called it, as if it had been completely sealed. What's wrong? Don't you want to continue? If you don't, it'll be my turn. Eteonyon walked towards Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable step by step. He had a smile on his face, as if he was looking at a clown. This, Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable's face darkened. If this went on, he would definitely be suppressed. Since you don't want to erupt, I'll start. Eteonyon smiled and rushed towards Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable. He waved the 6-star venerable level weapons and slashed over. Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable's eyes were full of fear. This was the first time in his history that he had felt so frightened by a Grand Star Venerable. Chapter 2270. Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate's star aspect being suppressed was beyond everyone's expectations. That was an extremely powerful double-headed dragon star aspect. Under Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate's training, it could be said that it could unleash a very strong power. Who knew that it would be suppressed by Eteonyon's unique star aspect, and it could not even release its power. As a result, Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate's power suddenly returned to its starting point. Under such circumstances, his power was not much stronger than Eteonyon's. However, Eteonyon had already surpassed Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate under the continuous stacking. Boom, boom, boom. Eteonyon and Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate clashed crazily. Every heavy strike left a deep wound on Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate's body. Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate was getting more and more embarrassed. He was repeatedly pushed back by Eteonyon. He did not look like a divine Star Venerate at all. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were dumbfounded. A dignified divine Star Venerate was being beaten up just like that. What did I just see? A divine Star Venerate being beaten up by a great Star Venerate. That's Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate, a very old divine Star Venerate, but now he's being beaten up. It's really terrifying. How did he do it? Even his opponent's star aspect is being suppressed. No wonder that kid is so fearless. This suppression ability alone is enough to suppress Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate. They were all stunned. The sudden reversal made them somewhat unable to react. Everyone thought that Eteonyon was dead for sure. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Eteonyon would completely crush Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate? Although Eteonyon did not completely crush him in terms of power, at least he would not be suppressed by Mei Qing Celestial Star Venerate. I didn't expect him to have such an ability. Jing Xion's eyes flickered. This time, Eteonyon had really surprised her. She had thought that there was no way he could turn the tables, but who knew he could? Tian Yuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yi Tianyan was not in any danger. Under the continuous onslaught, more and more scars appeared on Star Venerable Mei Qing's body. His body was bleeding profusely, and his complexion was extremely ugly. This was the most humiliating fight he had ever had. How could he be happy about being suppressed by a Grand Star Venerable? What the hell is going on? What kind of power is this? Star Venerable Mei Qing clenched his teeth. He quickly turned around and fled. He knew that if this continued, he would be severely injured by Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan didn't seem to be exhausted at all. If he continued like this, he would definitely be severely injured. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to escape. In order to survive, he could only choose to escape. It was a little humiliating, but it was better than death, right? Especially when he had no chance of winning, he could only choose to escape. Trying to escape, Yi Tianyan quickly chased after him. However, Mei Qing deity, Star Venerable, seemed to be even faster. He quickly fled forward. Damn it! I will come back to avenge today's humiliation one day. Mei Qing deity, Star Venerable, sped up again. He seemed to have activated some treasure, which greatly increased his escape speed. The two of them quickly disappeared in the passage, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. This scene was too shocking. A divine Star Venerable was being chased by a great Star Venerable. In the past, this would have been unimaginable. The distance between Yi Tianyan and Mei Qing deity, Star Venerable, was getting wider. Mei Qing deity, Star Venerable, was too fast, far surpassing Yi Tianyan. You want to catch up to me? Impossible. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Mei Qing deity Star Venerable's eyes. I'll see how to deal with you after this is over. He wanted to leave first, and then think about how to deal with Yi Tianyan while being suppressed by the power. He couldn't just let it go. He had to avenge his humiliation. He had expected to see a helpless expression on Yi Tianyan's face, but he was soon disappointed. Yi Tianyan didn't look disappointed. Instead, he showed a confident smile. Then Yi Tianyan reached out and raised his hand. Mei Qing deity, Star Venerable, felt himself being sucked in by a force. He couldn't resist it at all, and he was teleported away. At the same time, Yi Tianyan also disappeared. The next moment, the two of them appeared in a small secret room. The door was closed, and there was no way to escape. What's going on? Mei Qing deity, Star Venerable, was shocked. He had been sucked in inexplicably. When he looked around, he knew he was trapped in the secret room. What's going on? You're trapped in here. How are you going to escape now? Yi Tianyan walked towards Mei Qing deity, Star Venerable, with a smile on his face. How did this happen? Did I step on some mechanism? Mei Qing deity, Star Venerable, looked pale. He couldn't escape now, and he was in a predicament. Yi Tianyan still had 6 Star Venerable level weapons in his hands. In this secret room, he could exert more power. Did you step on a mechanism? I guess you did, Yi Tianyan said with a smile. Do you think you can get rid of me by being trapped here? If you really want to fight, I'll just die with you. Mei Qing deity, Star Venerable, had a fierce look in his eyes. If they really fought, he could definitely get rid of Yi Tianyan, but he reckoned he would also die. Die with me? Are you worthy? Yi Tianyan reached out and raised his hand. Suddenly, the whole secret room shone with a bright light. It wrapped around Mei Qing deity Star Venerable from all directions, trapping him in an area as if he was locked in a cage. What's going on? Mei Qing deity Star Venerable was dumbfounded. How could this kind of light net appear to trap him? More importantly, why wasn't Yi Tianyan trapped? What's going on? Yi Tianyan walked up to Mei Qing deity Star Venerable step by step and said with a faint smile, "The entire purple gold divine pavilion is under my control. What do you think is going on? You've become the master of the purple gold divine pavilion." Mei Qing deity star Venerable's heart sank. If such a huge purple gold divine pavilion was under his control, it meant that he was invincible here. If he still had a conflict with Yi Tianyun here, wouldn't he be courting death? That's right. You ran away so quickly that I could catch you and bring you in. If I did this outside, it would be really easy to be exposed, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Now, it's all right. How do you think I should get rid of you? Mei Qing deity star Venerable's pupils shrank. This time, he was at his mercy. He couldn't resist. Yi Tianyun didn't even need to use any power to get rid of him. He only needed to mobilize the power of the purple gold divine pavilion to get rid of him. Don't kill me. I'm willing to work for you for a year. Mei Qing deity star Venerable's face twitched. He could only compromise. He didn't want to die. A year? Are you kidding me? Yi Tianyun looked him up and down and said indifferently, "Your life is only worth a year. I'm a divine, Star Venerable. If you want to destroy that family of Scarlet Moon planet, I can easily help you. A year is enough for you to dominate a large area," Mei Qing deity star Venerable said angrily. Chapter 2271. Yi Tianyun didn't mind killing Mei Qing, celestial star sovereign. Even if he was a decent fighter, to him, it was just a big pile of star energy. Therefore, if he didn't agree to it and killed Mei Qing, celestial star sovereign, it would be quite worth it. Mei Qing, celestial star sovereign's expression was ugly. He glared at him and said, 10,000 years. You want me to be your fighter for 10,000 years? That's impossible. It's too long. 1,000 years at most. He was a dignified divine star sovereign, and it was quite shameful to be a fighter. 10,000 years was a bit too long. Perhaps to him, 10,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye. It wasn't a long time, but he didn't want to be a fighter for that long. It was too shameful. If that's the case, then there's no room for discussion. Yi Tianyun reached out and flicked his finger. The net of light around him gradually gathered, ready to wrap around Mei Qing, celestial star sovereign. Perhaps this net of light couldn't kill him, but it could at least trap him. Once he was trapped, he was basically dead. At that time, how could he let Yi Tianyun kill him at will? As the net of light shrank bit by bit, Mei Qing, celestial star sovereign's expression became extremely ugly. Not even 1,000 years. 1,000 years was enough to help Yi Tianyun do a lot of things. Ruling Wild Dragon Planet wouldn't be a problem. But Yi Tianyun still wasn't satisfied, as if he had to wait for 10,000 years. 5,000 years. Mei Qing, celestial star sovereign shouted through gritted teeth. He still wanted to live. It hadn't been easy to cultivate to this point, so how could he be willing to die? Yi Tianyun was indifferent, as if he hadn't heard anything. He stood expressionlessly on the side. The net of light continued to shrink, which meant that Yi Tianyun wasn't tempted at all. He completely ignored Mei Qing, celestial star sovereign's words. As long as he didn't meet the requirements, he wouldn't agree. 8,000 years. That's a long enough time. Even on planet Crimson Moon, you can become an overlord. There are very few divine, star venerables left on Scarlet Moon planet. With my ability, I can definitely help you dominate Scarlet Moon planet. Divine, star venerable Mei Qing roared loudly, his eyes red. 10,000 years, it won't change, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I asked you to be my fighter, not to help me dominate Scarlet Moon planet. Besides, I don't need your help to dominate Scarlet Moon planet. It's just a matter of time. Star Venerable Mei Qing's expression changed slightly, but he didn't refute this. As long as Eteonion took another step forward, he would be able to break through to the divine, star venerable realm. It was difficult, but it didn't mean there was no chance. Once he broke through to the divine, star venerable level, he would definitely be able to dominate Scarlet Moon Planet. He was already so heaven-defying before breaking through to the divine, star venerable realm. What would happen when he broke through to the divine, star venerable level? As time passed, the light net got closer and closer. At this time, star venerable Mei Qing gritted his teeth and said, "Good, 10,000 years it is. Just don't make me do some low-level things." "Don't worry, I won't make you do those low-level things. If it's not necessary, I won't make you do anything." Eteonion smiled faintly and said, "I just want you to be a helper and help me suppress some things. Most of the things are done by myself." Star Venerable Mei Qing heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't asked to do those low-level things, it was fine. Those low-level things were things like burning, killing, and looting. He really didn't like doing such things. They were too low-level. "All right then, I'll make the oath now." Star Venerable Mei Qing immediately made an oath, swearing to help Eteonion do things for 10,000 years. As long as he wasn't asked to die, he would basically do it. At the same time, he couldn't hurt Eteonion, not even his family and friends. After making this oath, Eteonion waved his hand, and the light net covering Star Venerable Mei Qing disappeared. "It's been a pleasure working with you." Eteonion smiled and said, "You haven't broken through in a long time, right? If you follow me, you will definitely be able to improve your cultivation further." "I hope so." Star Venerable Mei Qing shook his head disapprovingly. He didn't believe Eteonion's words at all. If he wanted to say such things, he would at least need to break through to the divine, Star Venerable realm, right? He wasn't even a divine, Star Venerable, yet he said he would help him break through. "Before we go out, let's settle some things first." Eteonion stretched out his hand and waved. A large group of people appeared in the secret room, which stunned Star Venerable Mei Qing. "Why did you call them in?" Star Venerable Mei Qing was puzzled. "Because they are all from the Giant Beast clan. Through self-evolution, they look no different from cultivators," Eteonion explained. "What, Giant Beast clan?" Star Venerable Mei Qing was shocked. He looked at these people up and down. He couldn't tell that they were from the Giant Beast clan at all. ****, who are you? How dare you capture us?" One of them immediately shouted at Eteonion. When he reacted, "Is it important who I am? It's enough that I know you are from the Giant Beast clan. You tried to sneak in and take this purple gold divine pavilion for yourself, right? Unfortunately, I have already become the master of this place. You won't have a chance," Eteonion said with a smile. "How is this possible? You have become the master of this place." They were shocked, and their expressions were very ugly. If that was the case, then their plan would be ruined, and they would have spent so much effort in vain. Nothing is impossible, and you, the Evil Spirit clan and the Green Demon clan, you really have good methods. You have hidden yourselves so deeply that even you have self-evolved. You are no different from normal cultivators. Eteonion looked at a group of cultivators with a cold gaze. Others might not be able to see through them, but that didn't mean that he couldn't. After they were seen through, their expressions changed. They hadn't expected that they would be seen through. They often wandered around in some cities, but they had never been seen through. As long as they didn't use their full strength, they wouldn't be seen through. Who knew that they would be seen through here? Nonsense. We are not from the Green Demon clan, nor are we from the Evil Spirit clan. You are slandering us. They all tried to defend themselves in an attempt to deceive him. I didn't call you here for you to defend yourselves. Tianyun waved his hand, and a dense net of light enveloped them, entangling them. He then tightened his grip, turning them into blood that splattered in all directions. When the blood splattered in front of them, they all erected a barrier to block it, blocking the blood outside. In an instant, all of the captured cultivators were harvested, and they turned into a large wave of star energy that surged toward Tianyun. He was very satisfied. Not only could he destroy a group of Giant Beast Clan and the Green Demon Clan, but he could also earn a large amount of star energy. He couldn't break through right now, but he wouldn't mind having too much star energy. Mei Qing, God, Star Venerable frowned. He didn't really believe that these people were from the Giant Beast Clan. Only when they were all dead and the blood flowed out did he feel it. Chapter 2272. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing thought that Tianyun was making things up, but when he saw the blood and the corpses, he realized that everything was true. Didn't the Giant Beast Clan go extinct? Even if they are left, they are only a small part of them. I can't believe that they can evolve to this extent. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing was shocked. This was beyond his understanding. The Giant Beast Clan has not gone extinct at all, and they are gradually growing stronger. Now they are constantly infiltrating. They want to destroy all the powerhouses of the forces on planet Crimson Moon, and then directly rule the entire planet. Tianyun explained, "This is just one of the groups. There are many more outside, and I don't know what they are plotting." Is there such a thing? Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing was taken aback. He looked at Tianyun in shock. "How did you know about this?" "I found out a long time ago, but I didn't announce it. How many people would believe me if I announced it?" Tianyun shook his head. "Fortunately, I am now in control of the Purple Gold Divine Pavilion. Otherwise, if it was controlled by them, it would be extremely troublesome. Naturally, the Purple Gold Divine Pavilion could not be controlled." Tianyun simply explained the consequences. The original intention of the Purple Cloud Star Emperor was to screen out the combat power, not to find an inheritor. Therefore, no matter how outstanding the other party's performance was, he would not transfer the Purple Gold Divine Pavilion to them. Tianyun was an exception. He was the inheritor of the five-colored Emperor Dragon. The Purple Cloud Star Emperor intended to give him a little help, so he handed over the control. That's true. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing had a complicated look in his eyes. He did not expect Tianyun to have such a plan. After thinking about it carefully, there were many members of the Giant Beast Clan surrounding them. When they thought that they had returned from a rewarding journey and had won everything, they realized that the Oriole was behind them. "Now, I will give you a task." Tianyun did not allow him to agree, and said directly, "Hide and deal with the Giant Beast Clan at any time. This shouldn't be some low-level task for you, right?" "Of course not. We cultivators have always been incompatible with the Giant Beast Clan. Since they want to destroy us, don't blame us for being impolite." Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing said in a deep voice, "How about this? I will summon some friends to come over. I don't know if they can make it in time. It should be no problem. The Giant Beast Clan must be waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity should only be taken when the Violet Gold Divine Pavilion closes." Tianyun smiled lightly and said, "I am now the owner of the Purple Gold Divine Pavilion. I can close it whenever I want. There is no need to worry about anything. Tian, Star Venerable you, Tianyun Venaying on, Tian Star Venhold Star, will to call some friends. They could defeat them up. Ma, they have Divine Star, Venerable Divine. Star did Union say the demon. Star had up. Tianyun, when Tifuli, the star, The star, the elders of Emperor, he had have up when they saw Tianyun coming back. All of their faces changed. It was quite interesting. Many of them looked at Tianyun with even more respect. They did not dare to be disrespectful. Even a divine, star, venerable, had been defeated. Even if he did not die, this ability was enough to prove how strong he was. Tian Yueming and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. They did not expect that the person they wanted to kill the most would not be dead. Correspondingly, they felt their hearts tremble. Who could stop him if he came to cause trouble for them? The Zhu family was much stronger than the Tian family. So many great star venerables had been killed. The Tian family's great star venerables might not even be enough. Chu Hatong's side was relieved. Fortunately, they did not start a conflict with Tianyun. Otherwise, the Chu family would be like the Zhu family if they really fought. Fortunately, you predicted the danger in advance. If we had forcefully taken his treasure, it would have been really troublesome. Chu Hatong smiled bitterly. Fortunately, they did not act impulsively. If they had not listened to Jing Xian, they would have been done for. Even if they could resist, given Yi Tianyun's ability, if he came back later to take revenge, the Chu family would not be able to resist him. He is the one who has the unique star Dharma idol of Desolate Dragon Star. Jing Xian said with a complicated expression on her face. When she saw the unique star Dharma idol on Yi Tianyun's body, she immediately knew who he was. Yi Tianyun did not want to expose his unique star Dharma aspect because it was too easy to recognize. There were only a few unique star Dharma aspects. It would be easy to figure them out unless they were hidden. However, those with a strong information network could easily gather the corresponding information. Jing Xian could figure it out mainly because she had accurate information. That was why she could recognize it immediately, the unique star Dharma aspect of the desolate dragon planet. Chu Hatong was startled. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Tianyun. He is the one from the desolate dragon planet. The desolate dragon planet is in such a miserable state, but it still has a genius like him. It is so strange. It is strange, but it is the truth. Jing Xian sighed. I have guessed whether he is that genius or not. However, he did not show his star Dharma aspect, so my guess was not accurate. During the trial, I wanted to see him do it. Who knew that he would rather lose than do it? Jing Xian shook her head. Anyway, it did not make any difference now. After all, he had been exposed. She had finally figured out Yi Tianyun's real identity. Yi Tianyun walked over. The warriors around him moved aside to make a path for him. No one dared to provoke him. Who would dare to provoke a god of slaughter? When he arrived, he cast a calm glance at Tian Yueming and the others. The latter shuddered and didn't dare to look at him. It was especially the case for Tian Shengfeng and the others who had a grudge against Yi Tianyun. They had been glaring at Yi Tianyun angrily, but now they didn't dare to look at him. They were afraid that Yi Tianyun would hold a grudge against them and drag the Tian family down with him. That would be troublesome. If they asked others for help, they would not be so proactive. No one dared to provoke this god of slaughter. Thank you for your help. These are your weapons. Yi Tianyun returned the 2-star venerable weapons. Then he turned his head to look at Tian Yueming and said calmly, the weapons have been returned to them. Aren't you going to ask them if they have taken them? Tian Yueming's face twitched. He coughed and said, we suddenly changed our mind. Since the celestial link wants to leave the family to travel outside, let's go. If they want to come back, let's come back. Tian Yueming didn't dare to ask for the weapons. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he asked for them. As long as one wasn't blind, he would know that Yi Tianyun had a good relationship with them. In such a situation, who would dare to provoke him. Chapter 2273. Tianyun glanced at them indifferently. As for the decision, it was Tian Yuan and the others' business, not him. Tian Yuan thought for a while and took out a star-venerable weapon. He came up to Tian Yueming and handed it over. He said in a deep voice, "This is the price for my sister's freedom. Here are the other 2 star-venerable weapons. We'll talk about them later." He didn't take advantage of Tianyun's power to refuse to give him the weapons. Instead, he fulfilled his promise and gave the weapons to Tian Yueming. Tian Yueming's eyes were filled with greed. He took the weapons without hesitation. Since it was Tian Yuan who had given them to him, what else could Tianyun say? "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Tian Yueming glanced at Tianyun. He was relieved when he saw Tianyun didn't react. "Okay, I'll wait for you to give me the other 2 star-venerable weapons." The others were all envious. It was good enough to get a star-venerable weapon. As for the star-venerable weapon in the heavenly star ring's hands, Tian Yuan didn't intend to hand it over. He thought it was good for the heavenly star ring. It was quite difficult to find a suitable weapon, and it was even more difficult to find a star-level weapon. Therefore, Tian Yuan didn't intend to hand it over. He would wait until he had other weapons. "Brother Tian, here are 2 weapons. I'll lend them to you." Tianyun took out 2 star-venerable weapons and gave them to Tian Yuan. They were his trophies. Tian Yuan was struck dumb, but he didn't think too much about it. He took them and nodded at Tianyun. Then he handed them over and said, "These are the last 2. After you take them away, the heavenly star ring will have nothing to do with the Tian family." Tian Yueming was struck dumb. He sighed and took them. "Okay, from now on, you have nothing to do with the Tian family." Tian Yueming had made this decision. He could only accept it. With Tianyun's ability, he might be able to break through to the divine star-venerable rank in the future. He could have used his relationship with the heavenly star ring to protect the Tian family, who knew that now that they had completely cut off all ties with Tianyun, it would have nothing to do with them anymore. This was his own choice. He couldn't regret it even if he wanted to. The rims of Tian Xinghuan's eyes reddened. She was still a little reluctant. After all, she had grown up in the Tian family. However, the way the Tian family did things was really too chilling. She was captured because they wanted to arrange a marriage alliance with the Tian family. Without her own choice, leaving the Tian family, she would not regret it. The surrounding cultivators were very envious of him. At the same time, he felt that Tian Yuan was a bit stupid. With Tianyun as their backer, how would they dare ask for star-venerable level weapons? Tian Yuan had wasted the star-venerable level weapon by doing this. To others, heaven-traveling Yuan was an idiot. As for Tianyun, he was very appreciative of Tian Yuan's actions. It was undeniable that the Tian family was despicable, but it was the place where they had been raised. Even if Tian Yuan had cut off all ties with the Tian family, he would still have paid the corresponding price for raising him. To put it bluntly, Tian Yuan was a loyal person. With such a person by his side, he could be trusted to stand behind him instead of constantly guarding against him. This was the kind of person he admired the most. That was why he was willing to give 2-star venerable level treasures to Tian Yuan to solve this problem. Besides, he could take all the star venerable level treasures in the purple gold divine pavilion. 2-star venerable level treasures were not worth mentioning. There were hundreds of star venerable level weapons in the weapon selection area they had entered. Why would they worry about not having enough weapons to use? It would be better to let Tian Yuan repay the favor, so he wouldn't have to think too much about this. Tian Yuan thought the same way. Since he owed Tianyun anyway, he might as well owe it to Tianyun and work for Tianyun from now on. After that, Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Brother E, thank you for your help. If I find star venerable level treasures in the future, I will return them to you. Don't rush. Let's talk about this later." Tianyun smiled. He believed Tian Yuan, but he really wasn't in a hurry to get those weapons. Since there were so many people outside, he didn't want to expose his secret. At that moment, Jing Xian walked up to him. She said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be the owner of the star Dharma idol of the desolate dragon planet. What a surprise." As soon as he said that, the surrounding people turned to look at him, their eyes filled with shock. They hadn't expected him to be the owner of the star Dharma idol of the desolate dragon planet. Just as Candlestar had thought, the owner of the star Dharma idol of the desolate dragon planet couldn't have a high level of cultivation. After all, resources were limited. They hadn't expected him to be so incredible. "Miss Jing Xian, you kept probing me because you wanted to know whether I was the one from the desolate dragon planet, right?" Tianyun said with a smile. "That's right. But young Master E hid it too well. You didn't want to use it. If you used it, you would be able to deal with the puppets on the 10th floor. Jing Xian smiled. "Young Master E, would you like to visit the Chu family?" Jing Xian directly invited Tianyun here, which surprised everyone. Jing Xian is so bold, she directly invited Tianyun. Could it be possible for them to be together? Now that he thought about it, it was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, the Zhu family was in a terrible situation. "I don't have time for that. Let's talk about it later." Tianyun smiled. He suddenly turned to look at the other practitioners and said in a deep voice, "Since you don't have time, I will tell you something about the Giant Beast Clan." The Giant Beast Clan, they looked at Tianyun in confusion. They didn't know what Tianyun wanted to say. "The Giant Beast Clan hasn't been wiped out. They have even infiltrated us. There are still many of them surrounding us," Tianyun said in a deep voice. "So, you should be prepared to fight against the Giant Beast Clan at any time." "How is that possible? The Giant Beast Clan is almost wiped out. Why do we need to fight against them?" "That's right. They are almost wiped out. What do we need to fight against them?" If they weren't afraid of Tianyun's power, they would have scolded him a long time ago. How could they not be scolded for saying such stupid things? Tianyun suddenly swung his hand. A few corpses were thrown on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Look carefully. Whose corpses are these?" After taking a closer look, they widened their eyes in disbelief. This is the Giant Beast Clan. Chapter 2274. When they saw the corpses that Tianyun threw out, they were all stunned. They did not expect that these were really from the Giant Beast Clan. On the surface, they were not as wild as the Giant Beast Clan. They were in the form of cultivators, which made them extremely shocked. Tianyun, throwing out these corpses at this time, finally satisfied all the conditions. First of all, his strength was enough to deter others. This way, he would have authority to speak. Furthermore, he had more charisma. After he made some requests, there wouldn't be any fierce resistance. This is the evolved Giant Beast Clan. They have evolved to this extent. They can easily mix in among us, and it is difficult to discover them. Tianyun said in a deep voice, "I only discovered this recently. When I discovered it, they had already spread throughout the entire purple gold divine pavilion. There are probably other ambushes outside. According to the latest news, it is very likely that they are lying in ambush outside. Their goal is very simple. They want to capture all of us in one fell swoop and then rule the entire Crimson Moon planet." Tianyun said word by word. At this time, when he said it, it was much more convincing. It was not like before, when he said it out loud. He would be looked down upon. Their expressions now were different. Most of them were shocked. They did not expect that the Giant Beast clan, which was almost wiped out back then, would now make a comeback. No wonder I have a bad feeling recently. I keep feeling that we will be in danger. Jing Xian stood up and said with a frown, "So it is the Giant Beast clan. Looks like the uneasy factor is this Giant Beast clan." Jing Xian came to the side of the corpse and squatted down to examine it. She said in a deep voice, "Yes, it is indeed the Giant Beast clan. Even though the appearance has changed, the internal situation has not changed. This kind of evolution ability is very peculiar. It can constantly compress its previously huge physique and finally shrink it to the size of a normal cultivator. Because the physique is compressed, the power becomes more condensed. If we really fight, it will be difficult to deal with them in the same realm." Jing Xian analyzed one by one. Her analysis was very accurate, which made the cultivators at the side even more shocked. Yi Tianyun looked at Jing Xian, who was squatting at the side. He had to say that Jing Xian was really fascinated in this aspect. As long as she was interested in something, she would continue analyzing it until she figured out the real situation. After studying everything, Jing Xian stood up and fell into deep thought. She seemed to be thinking about something, but the important thing was what the cultivators around her were thinking. In general, these are the reasons I want to say. I want you to be on your guard. Yi Tianyun glanced at them and said solemnly, "If possible, I hope we can unite and fight against the Giant Beast clan together." Now, his words had the right to speak. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. After a moment of silence, an elder of the clan stepped forward. "We agree. Since the giant beasts have come knocking on our door, we can't just sit and wait for death. They want to destroy us, so we'll destroy them again." "Yes, I didn't expect the giant beast race to become like this. We wouldn't even know when they would sneak in and attack us from behind. I don't know. Is there any more detailed information? For example, the situation with the giant beasts, so that we can plan how to deal with them." All of a sudden, many clans gathered together to unite against the external threat. Previously, there was still some hostility, but immediately there was some unity. When it came to dealing with the external threat, they seemed very united. After all, if they did not fight against the external threat, the giant beast race would take advantage of the situation. Especially now that they saw the giant beast race in such a state, it made them feel a sense of crisis. There isn't any detailed information. We don't know what their real situation is either. However, one thing is for sure. They are waiting for the purple gold divine pavilion to close so that they can reap the benefits. Yi Tianyun might not have been able to guess other things, but he could at least guess this. If it weren't for the control of the purple gold divine pavilion, they wouldn't even have sent their clansmen in. Instead, they would wait for the cultivators to return from a rewarding journey before launching a ruthless sneak attack. When the time came, they would fight to the death inside, and the giant beast race would come out to intercept them. One could imagine the situation. In that case, let's beat them at their own game. When the purple gold divine pavilion closes, we will look like we are scattered, but when the time comes, we will gather together and deal with them directly. This was the only solution that Yi Tianyun could think of. Yes, young Master Yi's suggestion isn't bad. It's best to form a formation and charge over, especially a large-scale formation. Jing Xian interjected at this moment. "According to my deduction, I have a vague feeling that this battle will be very difficult. It's very likely that we will be in danger. Obviously, the things they have prepared will be quite terrifying. Miss Jing Xian, do you have a way to deal with it?" Tianyun looked at Jing Xian. He had to admit that Jing Xian was quite capable. I don't have a way to deal with it. My deduction isn't omnipotent. I can only predict a little bit of danger. Jing Xian thought about it and said, I can only say that we have to work together to deal with them. Otherwise, we will definitely lose. We have so many Grand Star Venerables here. Do we have to be afraid of them? That's right. We have so many Grand Star Venerables here, and we aren't fighting among ourselves. We won't fight to the death. It won't be so dangerous if we charge out, right? They did not really believe that the giant beasts were so powerful. They believed that the giant beasts had made a comeback. However, they had never thought that so many experts of their clans would be gathered here. There were at least 100 Grand Star Venerables. Why would they worry about the giant beasts when they had such luxurious equipment? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Jing Xian ignored them. Instead, she focused her gaze on Tianyun. However, I've deduced something. He can lead us out of this hopeless situation. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tianyun could lead them out of this hopeless situation. How? Tianyun was also dumbfounded. He had not expected Jing Xian to say that. Miss Jing Xian's premonitions have always been accurate. Then, the Tianyuan clan is willing to follow your orders. The Wind Dragon clan is also willing to follow your orders. All of them chose to follow Tianyun's orders after hearing Jing Xian's words. They immediately became more cohesive. As more and more clans joined in, some of them, who were reluctant at first, joined in the end. I know you want to unite. I'll help you. Remember to repay me after this. Jing Xian winked at him. Chapter 2275. Although Jing Xian was just making it up, it had to be said that her words had a more inciting effect. This was mainly because of her reputation. She could predict certain things, so basically everyone believed her words. As long as they weren't too extreme, they would believe her. For example, she predicted that the purple gold divinity pavilion was filled with countless dangers and that those who entered would die. No one would listen to her. Only God knew if she was lying to them on purpose so they wouldn't enter. Therefore, even if they had to risk their lives, they would still rush into the purple gold divinity pavilion. They didn't believe in such predictions, but some special ones would still believe it. For example, Tianyun could lead them out of danger. Considering Tianyun's strength, they still believed it. If Tianyun was weak and often beaten up, they definitely wouldn't believe it. Tianyun was rather grateful for Jing Xian's help. It was undoubtedly the best thing for them to be more cohesive. This way, when they fought their way out, even if they had to fight the giant beast race head-on, they wouldn't be defeated immediately. At the very least, it was enough that they wouldn't fight each other. After forming a united front, they continued to search for treasures. Those who had to train still had to continue. They were now waiting for the purple gold divinity pavilion to close. Once it did, there might be a huge battle. During this time, they could do whatever they wanted. Unbeknownst to them, the control of the purple gold divinity pavilion was now in Tianyun's hands. He could close it whenever he wanted. He didn't even have to close it. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Divine, Star, Venerate, Mei Qing had told him that he had to find some helpers. Naturally, he had to wait. Time passed quickly. Soon, it was time for the purple gold divinity pavilion to close normally. Every time the purple gold divinity pavilion appeared, it would close at a certain time. Therefore, they all calculated the time and gathered at the exit. They used the transportation array to return to the initial region. There were still some factions here that were still searching for the entrance to the passageway. They wouldn't give up no matter what. If they could go in, they might be able to collect some good stuff. Therefore, they wouldn't waste this opportunity. However, now that a large number of powerhouses surged out, they were all dumbfounded. With so many experts coming out, it meant that it was almost over. It was even more likely that they had finished plundering the place. Then, why would they still go in? Great star, venerable heavenly cloud, we're ready. We can rush out at any time. We're ready as well. Do you have any instructions? Groups of experts were waiting for Yi Tianyun's instructions. Unknowingly, they had all started to treat Yi Tianyun as the center. Perhaps this was the key to having strength. I don't have any instructions. Every family has a different way of fighting. It's too difficult to gather all of you. Just follow your own pace. I don't want to say anything unnecessary. I only want to say one thing, and that is, when we fight against the giant beasts, I will be at the forefront. Yi Tianyun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he looked at them. He was also prepared to fight at any time. Many families nodded. Fighting according to their methods was undoubtedly the most suitable. If he arranged some random methods, it might be even more troublesome. While they were preparing, a voice was suddenly heard. I'm back. Yi Tianyun did not look for the owner of the voice. The owner of the voice was none other than Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable. Since Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable was ready, it was almost time to act. He immediately controlled the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion to close. This was the only way to start this battle. Rumble, the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion began to shake. The people inside started to get restless. It seems like the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion is closing a little early this time. It's almost time. The Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion doesn't even appear at a fixed time. It might close a little earlier. All right then, get ready for a big battle. I hope nothing happens. They believed that the giant beasts were getting stronger and stronger. Since they had evolved to such an extent, they were definitely not simple. As for whether a large group of giant beasts would gather outside, that was not certain. In any case, they had to be fully prepared. It would be too late if they fell into the enemy's trap. Soon, before the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion closed, they flew out of the main entrance. After they flew out one by one, there were still many cultivators waiting outside for the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion's alms. It was as if nothing had changed. Everyone squatted outside to collect treasures. I don't think I saw any giant beasts. They glanced around, but they didn't see any giant beasts charging over, surrounding them so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Nothing had changed. It was as if everything Yi Tianyun had said was fake. However, they did not let their guard down. They would not let their guard down until the entire Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion closed. Damn it, the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion closed so soon? I didn't earn anything here. What a pity. I thought I could earn another galaxy-grade weapon. Who knew it would close so early? We can only wait for the next time. I don't know when the next time will be. The cultivators outside had no idea that the giant beasts would attack. They were all immersed in the disappointment of the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion closing. Finally, when all the powerhouses had come out and the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion was about to sink completely, dozens of black figures descended from above. They were still quite a distance away from them. Their appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. The group of people was dressed in black and looked a little strange. As soon as they appeared, they quickly formed a hand seal and a terrifying black aura gushed out of their bodies. Then, the space started to distort as if an alternative channel was being opened. What are they doing? Chu Hutong and the others frowned. They could not tell what was going on. They are summoning the Death's Door. Destroy them. Yi Tianyun's expression changed. His speed exploded, and he turned into a beam of light that charged towards the group of people in black. Summoning the Death's Door? How could they not know what the death's door was? After their expressions changed, they also charged forward. They did not expect to be met with such a move the moment they came out. Etianyan was also surprised. They could summon the death's door without the help of the Death Clan. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to have the aura of the Death Clan. Who knew how much energy they had absorbed from the Death Clan to achieve this? Chapter 2276. Etianyan quickly arrived in front of this group of mysterious people. The thunder saber appeared in his hand, and he aimed at one of them and swung it down. He could tell that as long as he struck down one of them, the gate of death would not be able to open. This was a whole body, and many people were needed to open it. It was not like the Death Clan, where one person was enough to open it. They did not need a lot of people. However, when he swung his saber, a huge figure suddenly charged over from the side and crashed into Etianyan. The lightning that swung down landed heavily on the figure, pouncing over. Boom! The figure was cleaved into two and exploded in the air. Correspondingly, the attack was blocked, and the people who had opened the gate of death were not injured. Again, Etianyan did not stop. When he wanted to continue charging over, many figures quickly intercepted him and surrounded him. Etianyan took a closer look. They were all colossal beasts in the late stage of the Grand Star Venerate realm. They had strong bodies and power, and they charged at Etianyan. They are all colossal beasts, Etianyan shouted, informing the experts behind him. They are all colossal beasts. Chu Hutong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. The Grand Star Venerates that kept appearing were actually all colossal beasts. Their numbers kept increasing, and they came out from the sides in a frenzy. They were like a thick city wall attacking the group. They intercepted them and did not let them get close to the opening gate of death. Their goal was also very simple. They wanted to open the gate of death and release countless aggrieved souls to devour the experts here. It was that simple. This plan had not changed from what they had said before. The only difference was that the people who would open the gate would not be the Death Clan, but the colossal beasts themselves. It was possible to open it, but the difficulty was higher, and the time it took to open it was a little longer. Hence, they needed a large number of colossal beasts to block them. Otherwise, if they were defeated before that happened, everything would be over. The colossal beasts were expressionless. They turned into steel giants and charged at the group. They did not fear death at all. They seemed to be throwing caution to the wind as they charged at the group. They would block as many of them as they could. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying attacks came at them, and the sky was filled with dazzling light waves. The forces that were collecting the treasures at the side were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. Some of the slower ones were hit by the light wave and were sent flying, vomiting blood nonstop. This was a battle between Grand Star Venerates. Even Star Venerates were sent flying by the light waves, and those with lower levels would be severely injured, even if they did not die. Therefore, all of them ran away. How could they get close to a fight between immortals? They had no idea. How could they get close to a battle between gods? None of them expected that, at the end, there would be such a shocking great battle. Everything felt inexplicable. They didn't know that the group in front of them were all from the giant beast race. They thought that it was just a battle between experts. However, as their auras continued to erupt, they clearly sensed a familiar aura from that group of people. It was the giant beast race. Giant beast race. They're actually from the giant beast race. Their expressions changed as they looked at the cultivators who looked exactly like them. They were actually from the giant beast race, both of them, and the figures behind them could tell they were beast, as they were the beasts, the spirit, a beast they saw, they of beast. Under such circumstances, they recognized it immediately but still found it inconceivable. How did a cultivator in this form, and of the giant beast clan at that? Even if they knew that the other party was a member of the colossal beast race, it would be pointless. The weakest member of the colossal beast race was an early-stage great star venerate. There were no weaker colossal beasts. This made them unable to help even if they wanted to. As they continued to retreat, a large group of cultivators suddenly charged out from the side. They were all stunned, not knowing what was going on. Just when they thought it was the cultivators who came to help them, they charged over and attacked them without hesitation. After they came to their senses, they quickly defended themselves. As they fought, the aura that the other party revealed immediately made them realize what was going on. The group of cultivators in front of him was actually a mixture of the giant beast race, the green demon race, and the evil spirit race. Their expressions changed. How could there be these people running out? And they were even mixed together. No matter what, they could only brace themselves and fight them head on. For a moment, the sky changed color, and they all entered the battle. Tianyun frantically tried to break through the defense, but he was blocked. The densely packed giant beast race kept surging over, as if there was no end to them. Damn it, there are too many of them. Even though Tianyun unleashed a powerful force, it was still difficult to break through the defense. At that moment, Tianyun snorted and said, "Come out and help." Coming. A loud shout came from above, and an invincible giant palm pressed down from above. It was like a blue sky pressing down heavily. The powerful power of a divine, Star Venerate could suppress everything. It's divine, Star Venerate Mei Qing. They were overjoyed when they saw it. They did not expect divine, Star Venerate Mei Qing, to be there. More importantly, Tianyun seemed to have called him out to help just now. The giant palm pressed down fiercely, and the giant beast race blocking above the door of death were all smashed into meat paste. They could not block it at all. This was the true power of a divine, Star Venerate. When the double-headed dragon star Dharma idol behind him was unleashed, it was the peak power of divine, Star Venerate Mei Qing. Under this powerful force, these great Star Venerates were easily flattened like tofu. Break. Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing wanted to directly crush the condensed door of death. At that moment, more than half of the door of death had condensed, and there were vengeful spirits trying to come out from inside. Due to the instability of the space, they could not rush out from inside. They could only keep roaring inside, as if they had smelled the aura of life and wanted to break through the space to come out. Just as this palm was about to press down, a terrifying force came from the side. Boom! Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing's palm was blocked. At that moment, an extremely handsome cultivator appeared in front of everyone. He had a disdainful smile on his face. Sure enough, a Divine Star Venerate powerhouse has appeared. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have been ruined by you guys. Stay here and let these vengeful spirits purify this world. Tianyun looked at the handsome man who had appeared, and his eyes narrowed. The man in front of him was naturally not a cultivator, but a giant beast race. He had a perfect physique without a single flaw, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of divine, Star Venerate. Chapter 2277. It was the first time that Tianyun had seen such a perfect giant beast race. He had really integrated the form of a cultivator to the most perfect degree. Its body wasn't big, but it possessed the powerful physique of the giant beast clan. Not only that, but they could also become more proficient in martial arts, which was the most terrifying part. Originally, they could crush cultivators with pure power. Now that they had the explosive power of martial arts, one could imagine how powerful they were. It could be said that they were much more difficult to deal with than the evil spirit race and the green demon race. The green demon race's physique was not that heaven-defying. Although they were disgusting, the situation of the giant beast race was even more disgusting. This made it very difficult for them to deal with. It could even be said that they were crushed. Divine, Star Venerable, Mei Qing had easily blocked his attack when he had fought against it. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Again, Divine, Star Venerable, Mei Qing naturally would not let him succeed. He quickly pulled out a dark long sword. This was his sword. It had reached the level of a medium-grade Star Venerable and was considered a good treasure. Double Dragon Slash. Divine, Star Venerable, Mei Qing waved the long sword in his hand and slashed forward heavily. The double-headed dragon whizzed out of the long sword. The two huge dragon heads bit towards the Gate of Death. His target was not the giant beast race, but the Gate of Death. Whether he had signed an oath with Yi Tianyun or not, he would have done so. The Gate of Death was too troublesome. Anyone who knew about it would be scared by it. There were so many vengeful spirits inside, including many great Star Venerables. If there were more vengeful spirits of divine Star Venerables, it would be terrifying. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a mission or not, divine Star Venerable Mei Qing had to destroy the Gate of Death first. With me here, do you think you can destroy the Gate of Death? Naive. The handsome giant beast took a step forward. The void shattered as he rushed in front of the attack. He opened his hands and grabbed at the void. He grabbed the two dragon heads and pressed them down with all his strength. Boom. The space was distorted. Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing's attack was directly smashed by his palm. Correspondingly, he was also knocked back a distance, but it seemed that nothing had happened to him. At most, his body was a little charred. He had used his power alone to blast apart the power of Green Eyebrow God, Star Venerable, which was quite terrifying. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. This was definitely not purely relying on its physique. This gigantic beast must have cultivated some kind of physique technique that could greatly increase its physique. That was why it could produce such a shocking effect. The current giant beast had truly reached a heaven-defying level. At the very least, it could easily suppress Mei Qing God, Star Venerable, by relying on its physique alone. This power isn't bad, but as an opponent, you're still too weak. His original name was Trembling Dragon, and just as his name implied, he could shake any dragon clan. He was also trying to remember that the five-colored Emperor Dragon was their enemy. This power made Qing God Star Venerable's eyes narrowed, but he laughed and said, "Unfortunately, you still lost." Before he finished speaking, a terrifying divine light swept over and pierced through the door of death. This divine light was not inferior to the attack of Mei Qing, Celestial Star Venerable. It was even slightly stronger, a divine Star Venerable powerhouse. Another divine Star Venerable powerhouse rushed out and blasted directly at the door of death in an extremely sudden manner. His speed was astonishing and sudden. However, Trembling Dragon's speed was even more astonishing. He spun rapidly under his feet and suddenly stomped on the ground. With a dong sound, a large part of the void shattered. He also turned into a beam of light and quickly intercepted the divine light. In the end, he had already blocked the divine light before it blasted into the door of death. Boom! The divine light bloomed, but it was still some distance away from the door of death, so it couldn't be destroyed at all. On the other hand, a large part of Trembling Dragon's body had caved in. It was obvious that he had used his physique to forcibly withstand this move. After the surrounding cultivators saw this, they fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. This was really too heaven-defying. If they had used their physiques to block it, not even dregs would have been left. Trembling Dragon had used his physique to block it, but he had been able to forcibly withstand it. It didn't seem like there was much of a problem. At most, he would have suffered some minor injuries. The large part that had caved in quickly healed as he breathed. Not only did the giant beast race have a strong physique, but they also had powerful healing abilities. What a cunning cultivator. I didn't expect that he would have another helper. This is unexpected. Trembling Dragon's eyes were cold as he looked forward. A white figure appeared on the side. He looked elegant and graceful. He held a feather fan in his hand and looked over with a serious expression. I didn't expect that he would be blocked like this. Divine, Star Venerable Jade, Mist's expression was solemn. He had been invited to help by Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing. At first, he didn't want to come, but when Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing said that they would deal with the giant beast race, he chose to take action. Moreover, he had been half believing and half doubting. Now, it seemed that the giant beast race in front of him was quite troublesome. If this continued, the door of death would definitely be fully opened. Let's attack together. Let's see how long he can resist. Divine Star Venerable Jade Mist's eyes turned cold. He waved the feather fan in his hand and attacked downwards. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing didn't say anything else and also attacked. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing more to say. There was only one word: kill. You've come at the right time. Let me see what you can do to me after losing your advantage. Dragon Shocker's eyes were full of killing intent, but more than that, he felt like he had been cleansed of humiliation. Back then, they had been defeated with only their physiques. Now that they had combined all their advantages, they wouldn't be defeated. Boom, boom, boom. One beast against two, they launched a frenzied attack in the air. This area was filled with desolation by the three divine Star Venerables. Mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. Yi Tianyun could only force his way in. He killed the beasts along the way and broke through. No matter what, he had power close to that of a divine Star Venerable. After killing his way in, he aimed at the door of death and slashed down. As long as he hit one of them, the door of death would collapse on its own. However, when the saber slashed down, another figure suddenly flashed over. With a light flick of the hand, the sharp saber light disappeared without a trace. It was a beautiful woman, but Yi Tianyun felt an extreme sense of danger. She was a divine, Star Venerable powerhouse. He hadn't expected that there would be a divine, Star Venerable beast lurking on the side. You're quite interesting. You managed to kill your way through so many great Star Venerable beasts, but this is the end. The woman reached out to grab Yi Tianyun. Her hand wasn't big, but it was like an inescapable net. It locked down all of Yi Tianyun's escape routes. He didn't even have a chance to escape. Retreat. Chapter 2278. Yi Tianyun quickly retreated, but his speed still couldn't match the woman's. The woman's speed is also extremely amazing, rushing towards Yi Tianyun at an extremely fast speed. She caught up to Yi Tianyun almost instantly and reached out to grab him, trying to escape. The beautiful woman didn't even smile. She looked very frightening. The giant beast race was originally a giant beast, so they didn't usually smile. Even if they turned into cultivators, they didn't like to smile. Their expressions even looked a little stiff. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to use the teleportation divine stone to escape, a sharp light suddenly pierced through and cut off the woman's power, trapping Yi Tianyun. At the same time, it rushed over and blocked the woman. If you want to kill him, ask me first. Another cold light quickly rushed over and flicked the woman away. Another beautiful woman appeared in front of Yi Tianyun. This beautiful woman was called Janilan, and she was also a divine, Star Venerable. Of course, she was also a helper that divine Star Venerable Mei Qing had found. for such an important matter, she would definitely find a few more divine star venerables. Divine, star venerable Mei Qing's relationship with her was average. She was purely looking for her to ask if the giant beast race had appeared and if she wanted to deal with them together. Jean Ilan didn't agree immediately. Instead, she thought for a while before deciding to follow. She didn't expect the giant beast race to really appear. Jean Ilan was originally observing from the side, figuring out where to sneak an attack on the death's door. Coincidentally, Yi Tianyun's attack was blocked by the giant beast race's divine, Star Venerable, so she could only act quickly. If she didn't deal with this woman, she wouldn't be able to destroy the death's door. Leave her to me. You go destroy the death's door. Jean Ilan said coldly. Yi Tianyun nodded and didn't say anything. He quickly shuttled to the side and went to destroy the death's door. The beautiful woman raised her eyebrows and quickly turned to intercept Yi Tianyun. Jean Ilan quickly intercepted her and said coldly, "What are you trying to do? If you want to go, deal with me first." Jean Ilan's eyes were cold. They were both women. She wanted to see if the women of the giant beast race were stronger or weaker than her. Then let's fight. The beautiful woman didn't waste any more time with her and immediately started fighting with her. Yi Tianyun quickly moved to the side, feeling somewhat shocked. No wonder he did not know where the true headquarters were even after capturing the Grand Star Venerate level beasts. Above them, there were still the two divine star venerables. Only they had absolute authority over information. Most importantly, only a small portion of the giant beasts knew of their existence. They usually wouldn't appear. Yi Tianyun did not think too much about it. He once again charged towards the Death's Gate. If he did not succeed this time, the Death's Gate might really open. Now, it was just a little bit away from being opened. At that time, it would be too late even if he wanted to destroy it. He could only forcefully close it. Just as he was about to rush to the door of death, another figure rushed over, directly smashing towards Yi Tianyun, shattering the space. Yi Tianyun felt a sense of impending doom coming from above, which made him shocked. He quickly dodged. Before the attack landed, he had already used the teleportation divine stone to escape to another area, perfectly dodging the attack. After the attack missed, it smashed into the ground. With a boom, a huge crater appeared within a radius of 1,000 miles. A huge fist imprint appeared on the ground just like that. There's more. Yi Tianyun's gaze froze in the distance. An extremely strong man appeared in front of him. His muscles bulged, containing explosive power. This was another divine, Star Venerate. He had not expected the giant beast race to also have 3 divine Star Venerates. What was the point of fighting like that? Even 1 against 2, they were not at a disadvantage. In a one-on-one situation, Jean Ilan was clearly at a disadvantage. As for the strong man in front of her, who could deal with him? Hey, you can still dodge my attack. Looks like the treasures on you aren't bad. Bah, Hao was a little surprised. His lock-on attack had actually been ineffective. The other party had still escaped. I didn't expect you to have so many divine Star Venerates. Why didn't you all come out at the beginning? You all like to hide? Yi Tianyun looked at Ba Hao, then swept his gaze around to see if there were any other divine Star Venerates who had not come out. I'm just learning from you cultivators. I hide. This way, I can catch them off guard, and the effect will be better. Ba Hao smiled, not at all anxious. In any case, their goal was to open the door of death. After opening the door of death, there would naturally be things to deal with cultivators, saving them some effort. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. With so many divine Star Venerates here, how could they deal with them? Unless they found another divine Star Venerate. But this was Wild Dragon Planet, not Scarlet Moon Planet. If this was Scarlet Moon Planet, there would definitely be other divine Star Venerates coming out. After all, when sensing the situation outside, some old fellows in seclusion would choose to come out. Facing the giant beast race, they could only choose to come out. They couldn't only choose to come out after seeing their home destroyed, right? Now that they were on Wild Dragon Planet, things were different. This wasn't a good environment. Even divine Star Venerates wouldn't cultivate here. Hence, no matter how much trouble they caused here, they wouldn't be able to sense it. Mei Qing's divine Star Venerate abilities were limited. The only ones who knew were two divine Star Venerates. After notifying them, they immediately rushed over. This meant that as long as they knew about the giant beast race, they would basically make a move. Unfortunately, they didn't know where the divine Star Venerates were in seclusion, so they couldn't help even if they wanted to. The people below had bitter expressions. Was there really no one who could stop this door of death? This was indeed the case. No one could stop it. This time, there was no miracle, no powerful divine Star Venerate helpers. If this news spread to Scarlet Moon Planet, there would definitely be divine Star Venerates rushing over to help. Unfortunately, it was too late. GA. The door of death finally took shape. The huge door of death was really like the mouth of an abyss leading to hell. When a huge door opened, countless vengeful spirits were released. A dense black mass rushed out in all directions, like a flock of crows flying out. Everyone's faces turned pale. They had basically never seen the door of death before, but they had heard that when the door of death opened, it was the time of death. A large number of vengeful spirits rushed out. Their cultivation levels varied. Because it was difficult to deal with, it was even more difficult to deal with when there was a shocking number of them. It's over this time. Their faces were pale. If they couldn't close the door, they would probably die here. Enjoy it. Chapter 2279. The opening of the Gate of Death basically announced the success of the enormous beast scheme. They had not expected that they would succeed in carrying out their plan and open the Gate of Death. After opening the Gate of Death, a large number of enormous beasts started to retreat. However, the great Star Venerables who had opened the Gate of Death all exploded and died. After opening the Gate of Death, it seemed like their life force disappeared. This was the price of opening the Gate of Death, and it was quite tragic. It's over. It's over. The enormous beasts don't even need to do anything. We're done for. I didn't expect to die here after coming to Desolate Dragon Planet. I'm most afraid of being possessed by those resentful souls. Even my corpse won't be able to rest in peace. How does the Gate of Death close? Will it always be open? I read the records. The Gate of Death won't always be open, but it will be open for a long time. By the time it closes, this place will have turned into hell. They did not know how long it would be. Even if it was open for a month, they would still be doomed. This could be seen from the current situation of the Gate of Death. Hundreds of resentful souls would come out in a breath of time. Who knew how many would come out in a month? The number was not important. What was important was that there were a lot of powerful, resentful souls. If they came out in a frenzy, it would be enough to exhaust them to death. The resentful souls of the great Star Venerables were especially numerous. These resentful souls of the great Star Venerables could not compare to the living great Star Venerables. However, in terms of numbers, they could sweep everything. There were many living great Star Venerables, but there were even more dead great Star Venerables. This was why everyone's expressions changed when they heard that the Gate of Death had opened. This was too horrifying. It was simply a nightmare. Normally, seeing the resentful souls of their friends or relatives would make them happy. However, these resentful souls had come to possess them, so there was nothing to be happy about. Most importantly, there were too many resentful souls. It would be difficult to find their relatives. The area inside the Gate of Death was vast. The space opened was just a small area. They might not be able to find the resentful souls of their relatives. Only the Death Clan could accurately find the location of the vengeful spirit. While everyone was in despair, Yi Qianyun's gaze turned cold. He shouted, "Come, seal it!" At this time, two figures quickly flew from the side and came to Yi Qianyun's side. They immediately released a black energy that surged forward and shrouded the door of death. "Close it." These two people were none other than the Death Clan's patriarch and princess. They were the two existences that could open the gate of death and close it together. Others might not be able to close it, but they could close it together. Of the gate of death. On the surface of their bodies, they were constantly releasing black energy rings so that the vengeful spirits wouldn't attack them. Only then could they safely close the door of death. Soon, the gate of gates started to close. When the cultivators saw this, they cheered. They had thought that they had lost all hope. They did not expect that the Death Clan would appear to help them close the door. As long as the door was closed, the battle might not be over. At the very least, there would not be a one-sided suppression. Death Clan, I knew you were hiding. Ba Hao and the others appeared on the side. They had retreated, but that didn't mean they would leave Planet Desolate Dragon immediately. Instead, they hid on the side and formed a powerful barrier to protect them. They wanted to see the entire Planet Desolate Dragon filled with resentful souls. Only then would they choose to leave. They would be fools if they thought they could leave immediately after opening the gate. They were worried that the Death Clan would appear. That was why they had been guarding the side. Now that the Death Clan had appeared, they weren't surprised. The Death Clan had been rescued, so they must be hiding somewhere. They had opened the gate of death, not only to kill this group of experts, but also to force the Death Clan out. Now that they had forced the Death Clan out, they had appeared again. Divine Star Venerables weren't easy to deal with. There were 3 Divine Star Venerables on Mei Qing's side. After the fight just now, all of them wore solemn expressions. They were extremely shocked by the power of the giant beasts. It could be said that they would be hard to deal with in a one-on-one fight. They might even be suppressed. What was more frightening was that the other party's martial arts weren't very smooth. They would need to familiarize themselves with it for a long time before they could execute it perfectly. However, they could still suppress them under such conditions. It was enough to show how frightening the giant beasts that could use martial arts were. If they continued to practice, they would be even more heaven-defying. In other words, if they had the star aspect, they would be even more frightening. They would be practically invincible. Fortunately, they could only use martial arts. If they could really use the star aspect, it would be terrifying. Who would be able to beat them then? Unless one's cultivation greatly exceeded his opponent's, they would be crushed if they were at the same level. The 3 of them could only block 2 people at most. How could they block the remaining one? If they couldn't block all of them, the Death Clan wouldn't be able to close the gate of death. Yi Qianyun alone wouldn't be able to block them. The difference in cultivation was too great. There was no way to deal with them. Even if they used all kinds of powers, they were still a long way off. Don't even think about it. Divine Star Venerates Mei Qing and the others gathered and stood in front of the Death Clan. You were beaten so badly by us before that you couldn't even speak, and you still dare to block us. Ba Hao and the others sneered. It was already difficult to deal with them 1-on-2, let alone 1-on-1. Everyone's expressions were grim. At this level of cultivation, the great star venerates below them couldn't do anything at all. There were a lot of them. Putting aside the vengeful spirits, it was impossible for them to fight a divine star venerate as a group. Unless this group of great star venerates gathered together and formed a whole body, they could only gather their power and form an attack to deal with a divine, star venerate. However, it was too difficult. Most of them weren't familiar with each other, so it was especially difficult to control this formation. Which one of you has star god herb? Tianyun transmitted his voice to the three divine, star venerates. This was all he needed now. As long as he had this star god herb, he could break through to the divine, star venerate level. Once he broke through to the divine, star venerate level, these giant beast races divine, star venerates would definitely be crushed by him. Star god herb. The three of them were stunned. Jean Ilan hesitated for a moment before saying, I have it. Do you want to use it to break through to the divine, star venerate level? Chapter 2280. Tianyun had only asked casually. Generally speaking, divine star venerables were very rich. They might really have such treasures. They might have found them for their own breakthroughs and kept the extras after they succeeded. At the same time, they might have prepared them for their disciples. I can give you the star god herb, but what can you give me in exchange for it? Jean Ilan did not give him the star god herb directly. She was still bargaining. Even in such a dangerous situation, she still chose to bargain. Even if the desolate dragon planet was destroyed, it would have nothing to do with her. She just did not like the giant beasts. After all, his star god herb was extremely precious. Many star venerables wanted it. It would be a great loss if she gave it away so casually. What do you want in exchange? Tianyun asked immediately. It's very simple. I need 5 star venerable level treasures. The star god herb was originally for my disciples. If you need it urgently, I can give it to you. However, whether you can break through or not has nothing to do with me. Finding these 2 divine herbs did not mean he would definitely succeed. There were also many failures. Otherwise, there would not be so few divine star venerables. There were many grand star venerables, but there were only a few divine star venerables. 5-star venerable level treasures. No problem. Tianyun answered readily. He had thought he wanted something else, but it turned out to be star venerable level treasures. He was in control of the purple gold divine pavilion and had hundreds of star venerable level treasures. 5-star venerable level treasures was not a problem at all. Jean Ilan was shocked. She had thought Tianyun would bargain for a while. She had not expected him to be so straightforward. They would not even be able to find so many star venerable level treasures. Okay, since you're so straightforward, I'll give it to you first. Jean Ilan flicked the star god herb to him. If you die, I don't need you to pay me back. I wish you success. Jean Ilan was not afraid that Tianyun would go back on his word. If he broke through to the divine star venerable level, he would get 5-star venerable level treasures. If he failed, he would have to return 5-star venerable level treasures. But if he died, he would not have to return anything. Jean Ilan didn't directly let Tianyun hand over the treasures first. Instead, she gave them to Tianyun first, which was very humane. Although it didn't seem easy to propose a price at such a critical juncture, there wasn't much of a difference between discussing it first and then giving the star god grass. Thank you. After receiving the star god grass, Tianyun quickly took out the other broken Zun flower. The 2 conditions had been fulfilled. Help me stop them. No problem. Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable, and the others quickly unleashed their strongest powers. Although they couldn't kill them, they could stop them for a while. No matter what, it was 3 against 3. Faced with the humiliation from before, they had to unleash their full strength and suppress their opponents for a period of time, so that Tianyun would have more time to break through. However, they were still worried. Regardless of whether they succeeded or failed, Even if they succeeded, Tianyin had only improved the star Dharma Laksana to the 5th level. This meant that Tianyin still had to continue breaking through to become a real divine, star venerable. There was a big gap between them, which meant that he would need to break through twice. No matter which time it was extremely difficult. Regardless, they could only resist. After all, even if Tianyin hadn't broken through, they would have rushed to resist so that the Death Clan could continue to close the gate. Tianyin was just doing this in passing, and it didn't conflict with the original plan. This time, let's see who will suppress who. Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable snorted. He had been suppressed by Tianyin for too long, and now he completely unleashed it. The power of the Star Dharma Laksana of the double-headed dragon was completely released. The other two also unleashed their powerful Star Dharma Laksana, and they exerted their invincible power to suppress the giant beasts. But they didn't change their expressions, and they attacked directly. Boom! They attacked each other crazily. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would come out on top, and the situation became white-hot. The giant beasts were still suppressed when they went all out. They couldn't deal with them as easily as before. Interesting. Let's see how long you can last. Ba Hao and the others sneered and continued to attack the giant beasts. As for Tianyin, who was breaking through, they didn't care about him at all. All they cared about was the Death Clan. Moreover, they didn't even need to attack. The other major star, venerate giant beasts, rushed toward the Death Clan. Their target had changed to killing the Death Clan. The other Grand Star, venerables, would definitely not let them have their way. They all went up to stop the giant beasts. Only the resentful spirits, regardless of race, went to bite them. For a moment, the three forces were mixed together, and it was very chaotic. Jing Xin and the others below all looked at Tianyin in surprise. They hadn't expected Tianyin to choose to break through at this time. However, how could he break through here? This place was very chaotic. If he broke through, he would definitely be disturbed. Of course, Tianyin wasn't that stupid. He raised his hand. Suddenly, the ground next to him rumbled. The purple gold divinity pavilion appeared again. Great! The purple gold divinity pavilion appeared again. Those with low cultivation can hide inside temporarily. Tianyin shouted. When everyone saw the purple gold divinity pavilion, their eyes lit up. They didn't know why the purple gold divinity pavilion had appeared again. No matter what, the appearance of the purple gold divinity pavilion gave them a huge fortress to hide in. They wouldn't have to fight with them in this spacious area. Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerate, was speechless. The purple gold divinity pavilion was Tianyun's to begin with. He could come out whenever he wanted. Tianyun had summoned it not only to hide inside, but also to give those with low cultivation a better place to hide. However, most of the major star venerates couldn't hide inside. It wasn't that they didn't want to hide, but if they hid inside, who would protect the Death Clan? The Death Clan couldn't hide inside the purple gold divinity pavilion to close the Death's Gate. They had to do it outside. Entering the purple gold divinity pavilion was equivalent to being isolated. Even though Tianyun was the master, he couldn't do that. After all, the purple gold divinity pavilion was sealed. There were so many powerful star patterns. How could they control the Death's Gate? If they could control it, he would have let the Death Clan in long ago. He wouldn't have foolishly let them control it from outside and become their target. You must hold on. Please. Tianyun quickly rushed into the purple gold divinity pavilion after saying that. Chapter 2281. After entering the purple gold divine pavilion, Tianyun found a safe area and quickly stuffed the 2 divine medicines into his mouth and began to absorb them frantically. He was racing against time. If he was any slower, he would really be done for. Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerate definitely couldn't deal with them. He could only temporarily unleash a powerful burst of power to suppress the giant beast race. Unless the giant beast race was careless, nothing would happen to them. With their powerful physiques, they could definitely withstand all the attacks. When Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerate, and the others were exhausted, what awaited them was failure. Therefore, he had to quickly break through and reach the Divine, Star Venerate level. At that time, he wouldn't dare say that he could absolutely crush the giant beast race, but at least the difference in strength wouldn't be so great. When the two divine medicines entered his mouth, an explosive energy exploded in his body. Yi Tianyun's body immediately swelled up, as if he was being inflated. No wonder he could fail. If he didn't guide such terrifying energy properly, it would cause an explosion. Not only would he fail to break through, but he would also be seriously injured. If he wanted to break through, the price he had to pay was not low. If he wasn't careful, he could die right away. What surging energy? Suppress it. Yi Tianyun frantically mobilized the energy in his body and guided it to his limbs. Following that, a surge of energy shot up into the sky. The seven-colored emperor dragon above him began to dance, its figure gradually extending towards the eighth color. It was like using paint, smearing it up bit by bit. However, the speed was rather slow. These two divine medicines were like paint, smearing the seven-colored emperor dragon bit by bit. Originally, these two divine medicines existed to upgrade the star Dharma powers. After gathering enough energy, they would start to upgrade the star Dharma powers. If the upgrade failed, then the previous results would naturally disappear. If the upgrade was successful, then there wouldn't be any major problems. If he succeeded, he would advance to a higher level of the star Dharma powers. However, this process was extremely difficult. He needed to constantly guide and release the energy. Only when the star Dharma powers had completely advanced would it be considered over. There couldn't be even the slightest failure along the way, so the conditions were extremely harsh. At that moment, Yi Tianyun felt like he was about to explode. His body was filled with all kinds of energy, and he had to slowly guide it out to upgrade the star Dharma powers. It was like a person whose stomach was about to explode from eating too much and still had to exercise. And the exercise was not easy. It was the kind of exercise that could cause one's stomach to explode. Yi Tianyun's face was expressionless as he continued to guide the energy upward, continuing to strengthen his unique star Dharma idol until it was completely formed. While Yi Tianyun was working hard, he was also in a tough battle outside, be it the giant beasts or the cultivators. They were all caught up in a tough battle, especially with all sorts of vengeful spirits causing trouble. The giant beasts weren't having an easy time. If the vengeful spirits only targeted cultivators, that would be the end of the world. Now that both parties were attacked, it was considered fair. The fight between Mei Qing Shun and Venerable Star Venerables had reached the climax. The sky and the ground in front of them were collapsing, and the void was broken. If anyone below the Star Venerable level approached them, they would be completely destroyed. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing and the others were fighting against the giant beasts. They hadn't been on good terms before, but now they were like brothers, helping each other. They hadn't been on good terms before, but facing so many powerful opponents, they had to work together. They hadn't been willing to do that, but facing so many powerful opponents, they had no choice but to work together. If they didn't work together, they would only die faster. How could this be? Chu Hatong and the others cursed. They had come to the purple gold divine pavilion to get treasures, but they had been besieged as soon as they came out. This is a crisis. No wonder I felt so threatened earlier. Jing'e Xian was also fighting against the giant beasts, and the divine spirits. Fortunately, she was strong enough to move around easily. At the same time, she looked up and murmured, "I wonder if they can hold on?" When Jingxian and the others thought they could hold on, the Grand Star Venerables on the side suddenly collapsed. A group of giant beasts charged toward the Death Clan. Oh no, they broke through. Chu Hutong and the others shouted. They wanted to go help quickly. If the Death Clan was defeated, they wouldn't have the chance to close the Death Gate. When countless divine spirits came out, it would be their time to die. However, they found they couldn't leave it all when they wanted to go save people. They were also fighting against a group of giant beasts, and there were a lot of them. They didn't know where these giant beasts were hiding. As soon as they came out, they saw a group of giant beasts charging toward them crazily, which scared them. Under such circumstances, they couldn't help them at all. Seeing that the Death Clan was about to be attacked, a large number of powerhouses suddenly rushed over from the side. Like madmen, they rushed over and fought with the group of giant beasts. They had powerful fighting prowess and shocking fighting methods. They were all Grand Star Venerables. Most importantly, they didn't seem to be afraid of death. They were even crazier than the giant beasts. The giant beasts weren't afraid of death, so they were even less so. If you want to come over, you'll have to go through us first. A beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. They saw Shiwayun charging over with a large group of powerhouses. The first group that charged over was actually the puppets Yi Tianyun had made. Before coming to the purple gold divine pavilion, Yi Tianyun had made many puppets like crazy. He knew they would have to face many giant beasts, so he made as many as he could. Shiwayun's side was even more well-trained. Among them, the formation eyes were Grand Star Venerables, while the rest of the Star Venerables gathered together to form a large formation. When they gathered together, they turned into a giant that attacked the giant beasts charging at it. It was like an invincible powerhouse, and none of the giant beasts could get close to it. This was the strongest joint formation. It gathered thousands of powerhouses and formed a large formation. In the end, it took the form of a giant that could sweep away thousands of enemies. Such a giant's power instantly reached the peak Grand Star Venerables level. It was even close to becoming a half-step divine, Star Venerable. This was the powerful effect brought about by cohesiveness. Their cultivations weren't strong, but when they gathered together, their fighting prowess could sweep away everything. Chapter 2282. Chu Hutong and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a cohesive force before. This was called the Giant Formation. It allowed tens of thousands of cultivators to gather into one and take the form of a giant. The advantage was obvious. When they gathered together, they could form an extremely powerful giant with shocking battle prowess. This was especially true when the cultivators' cultivations weren't high. After they gathered together, they would accumulate, and their power would naturally increase. It could be said that these giants were much stronger than them. If they fought them head-on, they would definitely lose. This was the advantage of the giant formation. It was a very powerful formation. Its disadvantage was also obvious. It required close cooperation. Without tacit cooperation, it was easy to fail in mastering astral power. With so many cultivators gathered together, if they wanted to use this formation, the astral power output by each cultivator had to be especially balanced. Any excess would be unacceptable. Any excess could easily destroy the balance. By then, they would be done for, and the formation would be destroyed. If something went wrong, they might all suffer. They might even be seriously injured before facing the enemy. Therefore, the giant formation had its advantages, but it also had a great disadvantage. If those with average cultivations wanted to turn the tables, they could only use the giant formation. They were all Star Lords and Star Venerables, yet they could reach the power of a half-step divine star venerable. How could this advantage not be shocking? The problem was that it was difficult to cooperate. This was the reason why few of them used it. However, there were more than 10 giants in front of them. They could send the giant beasts flying with great proficiency and protect the Death Clan. This meant that their degree of cooperation was quite terrifying. Such a terrifying cohesiveness shocked the great clans. Which clan could cultivate such an astonishing cohesiveness? At least they couldn't. Even if they could, they would have to pay a huge price. It wasn't worth it at all. It would be better to cultivate some talented ones so that they could break through to the late Grand Star Venerable level or even the Divine Star Venerable level. That woman is so stunning. Jing Xian was surprised when she saw Shi Shuiyun, who was giving commands on the side. Shi Shuiyun's cultivation was not high. She was only in the late Star Venerable level, but she could command all the giants, making it easy for them to deal with the enemy. She found it incredible that she could control the overall situation so well. Such a demeanor made her feel inferior. The others looked at Shi Shuiyun in shock. How could there be such a woman? In such a big scene, he was not afraid at all. His cultivation was obviously not very strong, but he could control everything. This was the power of Tianyun. After training for so long, they had finally achieved something. Perhaps they had started out relatively late and their cultivation was relatively low, but their cohesiveness was extremely strong. This was the best proof. After condensing, the power of all the great families became extremely dim. The most frightening thing was that there were so many giants in the formation. How exactly did they train to be able to train such a coordinated team? None of the families present had ever seen this power before. If they had, they would definitely have an impression of it. To be able to train so many cohesive cultivators, the family must not be simple. However, no matter how they looked, they could not see any familiar faces. They were all unfamiliar faces that they had never seen before. He had never seen the beautiful woman in the lead before. He should have met a woman with such control. She was just like Jing Xian. Such a capable woman would definitely spread throughout Crimson Moon Planet. However, they had never seen her before, which made them feel very shocked. The sudden addition of a power left them dumbfounded. They searched their minds again and again for which power it was. While they were thinking and fighting, Shi Shuiyun had already led a powerful team to constantly bombard the giant beasts around them. For a moment, neither the giant beasts nor the vengeful spirits could approach the Death Clan. These giants even formed a circle, forming another formation, firmly guarding this place. As long as they were not facing a divine, Star Venerable, they could easily resist. When this scene fell into the eyes of Ba Hao and the others, their faces became more and more gloomy and terrifying. They did not expect the other party to have such a trump card, which shocked them greatly. According to this situation, the Death Clan would not be disturbed, and they would definitely be able to close the Gate of Death. Once the Gate of Death closed, their plan would be in vain. They did not know how much effort and time they had spent preparing for this plan. If they were to open it again, they would have to prepare for a period of time again to be able to do this. However, they could not wait that long. Most importantly, this was a rare opportunity. They originally wanted to use this opportunity of the Purple Gold Divine Pavilion to eliminate the many powerhouses of Crimson Moon Planet. When the time came, it would be very easy to occupy Crimson Moon Planet. If they lost this opportunity, it would not be so easy to deal with the next time. The price they would have to pay would be even greater. "You damned cultivators, break for me!" Ba Hao and the others roared angrily, their combat power sword, wanting to repel their opponents. Don't even think about it. May Qing Divine, Star Venerable, and the others also unleashed their power to resist them. The more desperate their opponents were, the more anxious they were. Otherwise, why would they be so desperate? This situation was actually a good thing for them. For a moment, the battle in this area quickly reached a white-hot stage. The gate of death gradually began to close, and fewer vengeful spirits appeared. If this continued, it would definitely be closed. When they thought everything was going so smoothly, suddenly, a huge space-time door was ruthlessly torn open in the void. Following that, a large number of giant beasts charged out of the space-time door in an extremely crazy manner. I've finally broken through it. A handsome man rushed out of the space-time door, his face filled with a carefree smile. After coming out, when he saw them, he laughed loudly. "I'm not late this time, am I?" "You're not late. Hurry up and destroy them." When Ba Hao and the others saw this person, they were delighted. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. If Yi Tianyan were here, he would immediately recognize who this person was. It was the giant divine beast that he had dealt with in the giant divine beast domain. He did not expect the giant divine beast to recover and break through to the divine Star Venerable realm, break through the shackles there, and successfully arrive at the desolate dragon planet. Now, the giant beast clan had 4 divine Star Venerable powerhouses, while their side had no divine Star Venerable powerhouses. Chapter 2283. Another divine Star Venerable had appeared. They didn't know that this was Yi Tianyan's old rival from before. Last time, he had ruthlessly ruined the giant divine beast's plan. They just didn't expect him to recover so quickly and even improve his cultivation. It could only be said that he had some special method that allowed him to break through in one go. Looking at his cultivation, it was obvious that he had just broken through to the divine Star Venerable level not long ago. He couldn't help but break through the void and come over here. As powerful as a divine Star Venerable, he could easily tear through space and open up a huge space-time door. This was something all divine Star Venerables could do, but generally speaking, they wouldn't do so. Not to mention that the cost wasn't low. What was the main point of opening up space for? When Shi Xueyun saw this divine Star Venerable, her expression became solemn. It wouldn't be that easy to deal with him. With a divine Star Venerable cultivation, she wondered if the giant formation on their side could resist for a while. This kind of broken formation, watch me break it. The giant god's eyes were full of disdain. He stepped on the void and turned into a beam of cold light as he charged over. His small body seemed to have turned into an incomparably huge, ferocious beast as he pressed down from the sky. "Stop him!" Shi Xueyun quickly commanded all the giants to come over and resist. They nimbly controlled the giants and rushed over with loud thumping sounds. They quickly formed a huge formation, giant shield. The 5 giant formation gathered all their energy together and turned into an incomparably huge shield that was placed horizontally in front of them. Boom! The giant divine beast collided with the incomparably huge shield, causing a huge explosion. A power that could destroy heaven and earth wreaked havoc in all directions. The void collapsed one after another. With the giant divine beast as the center, a large area behind him collapsed from the shock of his own power. A gully tens of thousands of miles was continuously blasted out, as if the ground had been split in half. Boom! In the end, the giant divine beast was repelled, and the 5 giants also took a few steps back. A few cracks appeared on the hard energy shield, but it didn't shatter. This shield could reflect any attack. Now, even the power of a divine Star Venerable was reflected. It could be seen that the giant formation gathered by the 5 giants could still withstand the power of a divine Star Venerable. The rest of the giants could still fend off some of the demonic beasts, but it was a little more taxing. After all, this colossal god beast had even opened up the space of the colossal beast domain. Hordes of colossal beasts began to surge out. Regardless of whether they were transformed or not, all of them were charging toward Lin Fan. For a time, it was quite difficult to deal with them, but they could still hold on for a while. What worried them the most was the giant divine beast. We blocked it. When they saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked. If it were them, they would have long been scattered, or even seriously injured. That was an attack from a divine, Star Venerable, not a great Star Venerable. Under such circumstances, the formation of so many giants was still blocked, and it was quite perfect. They had a whole new view of this giant formation. Normally, a large clan would have many Star Venerates and Star Venerates. This was especially so for the Star Venerates. For those with low talent, they would only be given some ordinary tasks to help the family. For example, he didn't bring it to the Violet Gold Divine Pavilion at all. They would only drag him down, so they didn't bring him along. Now, this giant formation showed them another way of fighting. At first, they had been disdainful of it. They thought it was not worth it, and the price they had to pay was not low. But now, the power it had erupted with really amazed them. After all, even if so many elders joined hands, they might not be able to block an attack from a divine, Star Venerable, but they had done it. When there were enough of them, it was quite shocking when they gathered together. They might not be able to defeat a divine Star Venerable, but they could at least block a few moves. At least they were better than them, who couldn't even block it. If we survive this time, we must go back and train the disciples of this level well. They were all thinking of a plan. The effect was too shocking. Every clan had many Star Venerates and Star Venerates. If they gathered together, not to mention 10 giants, they could even gather dozens of giants. However, they were too optimistic. Sure, Xueyun had put in a lot of effort, since it was called one of the most difficult formations. It couldn't have been so easy to train. They had hidden for so long just for this moment. They had been suppressed for so long that they couldn't show off. Now, they wanted to burn themselves up. Very good. Keep blocking. Sure, Xueyun's beautiful eyes lit up. She was very excited. She felt that she could definitely help this time instead of hiding behind. So, what if he was a divine? Star Venerable. So what if his cultivation couldn't keep up? He could still do things that other big clans couldn't. Damn, it's so hard. The giant divine beast side was enraged and felt extremely humiliated. He hadn't expected it to be so hard. He had thought he could shatter the shield in one breath, but he had been too naive. Such a terrifying cohesiveness couldn't be broken so easily. I don't believe you can block many attacks. The giant divine beast charged at them again, and his power rose again. Mangod charge. The giant divine beast trampled the ground crazily. With every step, a huge pit was formed. He turned into a huge meteorite and charged at them again. The power this time was much stronger than before, mainly because the power of the martial arts he used had obviously increased. They're here. Strengthen the effect. Go. Immediately, 2 more giants flew over and joined the previous 5 giants, forming a 7-man giant shield again. In an instant, a huge shield was formed, protecting all of them inside. Boom. A deafening sound spread in all directions. The giant divine beast was sent flying again. The ground behind him that had already collapsed became even more terrifying, as if there were a few deep scars on the ground. On the other hand, the giant shield was densely packed with cracks like a dense spider web, but it still didn't break. The shields of the 7 giants were able to withstand this terrifying power, creating another miracle. They didn't defeat their opponents, but blocking them was a kind of victory. Very good. Shi Shuiyun's white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were cold as she said, "Before Tianyun comes back, we'll defend everything." Okay. The giants roared loudly, their voices extremely loud, expressing the feeling of oppression in their hearts. Perhaps this was the feeling of being recognized. They were finally rewarded. Chapter 2284. Damn it, I can't even break it. The giant divine beast was furious and felt extremely humiliated. He was a divine, star venerable, but he couldn't break this garbage. Immediately after, he launched another frenzied attack, bombarding forward again and again. The giants blocked again and again. Every time the shield looked like it was going to break, it just didn't. But as they resisted, their faces became paler and paler, and they consumed more and more energy. Even if they blocked the attacks, the consumption was still too terrifying. The attack of a divine, star venerable, was not so easy to resist. Sigh, they're about to be defeated. Once these giants are defeated, they're done for, yes, this is the end. Their hearts were desolate. They wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. Moreover, it was quite good that they could resist the giant beasts and ghosts around them, let alone help. Their contribution was also not bad. At least they helped to resist a lot of giant beasts and ghosts. Ha ha, it's about to break. The giant divine beast's eyes were full of cold light. Let's see if you can continue to resist. After a series of ferocious smashes, the shield was finally ready to be smashed into pieces. After the shield was broken, the giant divine beast would be smashed into a meat patty. Great Array, rise! Shi Shuiyun suddenly waved her hand. At this time, a huge light array appeared in the area below the shield, and it soared into the sky. It directly enveloped the giant divine beast and turned into a solid cage, trapping him. The huge light array, layer by layer, covered the giant divine beast, and it could be said that it was crazy. It was like putting another layer on the outside of a cage, layer by layer, and it reached an incredible degree of stability. What's going on? The giant divine beast was stunned, and he looked down. He didn't know when, but there was a huge light array below. Looking carefully, he found that the divine spirit race was madly arranging the array. You want to stop me with just a broken array? Break. The giant divine beast slammed the cage, and with a boom sound, the cage shook, but it didn't break, not even a crack. The heavy blow was enough to destroy heaven and earth, but this cage couldn't be destroyed. It was really shocking. This was the Heavenly Clouds Empire's Divine Spirit Clan, led by Yi Qingxian. After Shi Shuiyun, Yi Qingxian was Yi Tianyun's most trusted person. She led the Divine Spirit Clan's team, and after their awakening, their abilities were greatly enhanced. After this period of training, he had improved greatly. Now, they could even set up level 2-star rune arrays. Although level 2-star patterns were inconspicuous, there was a kind of collective array that was quite amazing. That was the seal suppression formation. This sounded domineering, and in fact, it was indeed domineering. The difficulty was about the same as the giant formation. The difference was that one had to set up many grade 2 great formations and then link them together. The more formations there were, the more powerful they would be. Of course, a second-grade grand formation wasn't the limit. He could continue to set up third-grade grand formations, and the highest he could set up was a fifth-grade grand formation. At that time, let alone a divine star venerable, even a heavenly star venerable would probably be sealed to death. Most importantly, the core of the array was not a normal star rune array core, but a person, with a person as the eye of the formation and hundreds and thousands of people working together to cast it. The power was extremely terrifying. This was the best proof. After they joined forces to unleash the God Suppression Array, The giant god beast was trapped inside. This is yet another god ceiling formation, which is as difficult as the giant formation. It requires the cooperation of all the star inscriptionists in order to achieve such a feat. This force is too heaven-defying. This is something that requires mutual telepathy, and telepathy, they actually managed to do it. These are all extremely difficult formations, completely the type that is arduous and unrewarding, yet they actually dared to use them. Previously, the giant array had already shocked them. Now, they were even more shocked when they saw a giant array of the same level. A grand formation, like the seal suppression formation, could be found anywhere on the street, and one would be able to find the cultivation method for it. However, no one really wanted to cultivate it. It was so difficult. If they had the heart to cultivate, they might as well cultivate and break through. When they saw its true power, it really refreshed their understanding. Dong, dong, dong. The gigantic divine beast smashed the cage in a frenzy. After smashing for a while, a crack finally appeared on the cage. However, it was only a small crack. If he wanted to break it, he still needed to smash for a period of time. However, before he could smash it open, light swords appeared in the god ceiling formation and shot towards the gigantic divine beast. Each light sword wanted to pierce through him. However, the gigantic divine beast was too tough. They could only leave shallow marks on his body. However, the gigantic divine beast still felt some pain. Most importantly, it was humiliation. He didn't expect that not only could he not break the other party's defense, but he was also trapped in the cage. This was clearly a trap. First, the giant array only defended and didn't attack. At the same time, another formation was set up below the giant array. Everything was concealed by the giant array. He didn't even notice that someone was setting up a formation below. Under such circumstances, he originally thought that he could break the giant array. Who knew that he would be trapped in another formation? Damn it, the gigantic divine beast was about to go crazy. He was actually trapped again. This was a great humiliation. What an idiot! What are you doing? Baha roared. If this went on, the door of death would be closed. Break it! The gigantic divine beast continued to rage. He smashed madly, and the cage cracked bit by bit. The defense of the god ceiling formation was amazing. However, it was still difficult to trap a divine, Star Venerable. Every heavy blow was like smashing on the chest of the divine spirit clan, causing their faces to turn pale. However, they stubbornly held on. At this moment, they could defend as much as they could. Everyone who came to participate in the battle wanted to repay Yi Tianyun for nurturing them all this time. They didn't want to be a burden. Very good. Continue to trap him. Shi Shuiyun's eyes were cold. Everything was within her expectations. After the giant array didn't need to protect the gigantic divine beast, it continued to protect the Death Clan. This made the other side heave a sigh of relief. Just when they thought it was over, they still persisted. It had to be said that they were shocked again. Humph! On the Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable's side, someone was sent flying. Let me help you. Bahao defeated his opponent and came over to help. This time, even if two divine Star Venerables came, could they still resist? When Bahao's fist smashed toward the Death Clan, several domineering shadows suddenly rushed out of the void and collided with Bahao. Boom! After Bahao was bounced back for a distance, he looked coldly in front of him and found that it was the five-colored divine race and the heavenly tiger tribe. They all used their totem power to resist Bahao's attack. They could also gather the power of the entire tribe to resist the divine Star Venerable. One tribe couldn't deal with it, but if several tribes worked together, they could resist it. The Heavenly Cloud's empire's power gradually emerged. Chapter 2285. The Heavenly Clouds Empire's forces were revealed step by step, and they stood out in this battle. Wave after wave of power emerged. Perhaps their cultivations were not top-notch, but the power that erupted when they gathered together could even resist a divine, star venerable. It was already shocking that the two great arrays could withstand it. And now there was another wave. Just how many trump cards did this force have up their sleeves? This is incredible. They were stunned, and words couldn't express the shock in their hearts. Factions had appeared one after another, and they were even able to resist divine, star venerables. It was truly inconceivable just what kind of faction could achieve such a shocking degree. When Baha was blocked, he was also furious. He didn't expect that even he would be blocked. The giant god beast on the side was blocked. After all, the giant god beast had just broken through to the divine star venerable realm, and there was still a big gap in all aspects. He had been promoted for a long time, but he was still blocked, which made him very angry. I don't believe that you can still resist. Baha roared. This time, he didn't attack the Death Clan, but the Heavenly Tiger Tribe. If he wanted to destroy the Death Clan, he must first destroy the Heavenly Tiger Tribe. Otherwise, he would still be blocked. Moreover, if he wanted to vent the anger in his heart, he had to destroy the Heavenly Tiger Tribe first. Kill. The people of the Heavenly Tiger Tribe were not afraid. Without hesitation, they gathered their totemic power and charged towards Baha. Boom! The Heavenly Tiger Tribe's totem was shattered one after another, and a large group of people were blasted upside down, vomiting blood and suffering serious injuries. Baha was also blasted out, but his situation was much better than the Heavenly Tiger Tribe. His face was red, and it seemed like he was slightly injured. Let's see what tricks you have this time. Baha exhaled. The other party was directly defeated by him in one move. Now, how many cultivators could resist his attack? Kill. This time, it was the giant array that came to resist. They really didn't have too many trump cards this time. Basically, they played all their trump cards, and they were already proud to be able to resist the attack of two divine star venerables. If it were any other great family, how could they do this? What they paid attention to was the standard of an individual elite. Rather than nurturing everyone, it was better to only nurture one. Their way of thinking wasn't wrong. It was just that the one they were nurturing wasn't at a heaven-defying level. There wasn't even a single divine, star venerable. So what was the point? As a result, the strong were very strong and the weak were very weak. The Heavenly Clouds Empire was the Heavenly Clouds' ancestral land. However, this side was different. By nurturing all of the people and working together, they would be able to achieve unimaginable results. They knew where their problem lay. Even if they did their best to nurture them, they wouldn't be able to produce a divine, star venerable right away. Therefore, if he took the resources to nurture great star venerables or divine star venerables and spread them around, he would be able to nurture a large group of experts with decent cultivation. Their cultivations might not be heaven-defying, but they could at least train many star lords or star venerables. This was the reason why they could gather together and form a giant formation. You're still using this move? Do you think I'm that guy? Baha's eyes were filled with disdain as he charged toward them. The 7 giants raised their shields in front of them. Just like before, they wanted to block Baha's attack. Break for me. Baha waved his fist and slammed it on the huge shield. The sky changed color, the earth shook, and the mountains shook. The stars above were covered by his power. Then, an incomparably huge fist punched through the thick void and slammed heavily on the shield. Dong! The shield made a loud noise, and in the next second, the huge shield shattered into countless pieces with a bang. Puff! The 7 giants were sent flying and directly disintegrated in midair. Most of the cultivators were seriously injured and fell from midair. There were many casualties. This was war, extremely cruel, and it was impossible for there to be no casualties, especially this kind of giant formation. Once it was broken, there would be a chain reaction. Basically, not many cultivators could escape the damage. Therefore, either no one was injured or all of them were injured. Some of the more serious ones directly exploded into a blood mist, leaving nothing behind. Bastard! Shi Shuiyun's eyes were red. Many of her loyal subordinates had disappeared from this world, which made her feel extremely painful. But this was war. Besides them, the other great clans had also suffered numerous casualties. Not to mention Star Venerables, even Grand Star Venerables had started to die. It could be said that the other great clans' losses were no less than theirs. However, in terms of the number of casualties, their losses were definitely not as great as theirs. But in terms of resources, they must have spent more. However, for Shi Shuiyun, talents were more important, not resources. Then, Shi Shuiyun quickly waved her hand and adjusted her mentality. She commanded, "Quick, seize the opportunity now." At this moment, a giant spear flew out of the void and pierced toward Ba Hao. It was not a spear, but an indestructible spear formed by the power of a large group of people. Many familiar faces, such as Xiaowu, Mingyu, and others, were gathered there. They did not have any special abilities, but they had extremely firm hearts. After they gathered together, they formed a long spear made of will and power, which pierced through the void and shot over. Boom! The sudden attack hit Ba Hao. Everything had been prepared for this moment. They knew that the giants would not be able to resist Ba Hao's attack, but the giants could only choose to resist. Everything had been prepared for this moment. Ba Hao was blown away by the attack and fell straight to the ground. With a loud noise, a deafening explosion spread in all directions. The space was distorted, as if the world would be destroyed at any moment. After the explosion, Ba Hao lay paralyzed on the ground, his body blown to pieces. He was not dead, but he had seriously injured Ba Hao. It was an extremely powerful trump card. The strongest elite soldiers of the entire heavenly cloud ancestral land were gathered there. Their unparalleled will and power combined together, instantly reaching the power of a divine, Star Venerable. The key was that all of their power was gathered at one point, which made their power even more terrifying. Even gods would not be able to resist this attack. However, this was only effective in a sneak attack. If it was a head-on attack, the speed would be a bit too slow. They had taken advantage of this gap to hit Ba Hao. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. A divine, Star Venerable had been injured. More importantly, the divine Star Venerable of the Giant Beast clan, with an unparalleled physique, had been seriously injured. If it were any other divine, Star Venerable, wouldn't they be dead? This battle was destined to make the heavenly cloud ancestral land famous across the two stars. Chapter 2286. Ba Hao was seriously injured. This scene shocked everyone once again. Who would have thought that so many weak cultivators could gather together to form such a powerful force? This was really beyond their imagination. They had never seen such a scene before, and now it was fully presented in front of them. Ba Hao! The other two divine, Star Venerates, were shocked. They had not expected their companion to fail. This immediately caused their morale to plummet, and they were frantically suppressed by the other two divine, Star Venerates. Ba Hao, who was lying in the huge pit, did not die. He climbed up with great difficulty. His powerful physical body began to rapidly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This move was very powerful, but his vitality was even more tenacious. I really did not expect you to have such a move. Bahao panted. His eyes were bloodshot, and a shocking, killing intent soared into the sky. He stared at the spear above and said coldly, "I want you all dead." He quickly stomped on the ground and rushed towards the spear. Even if his physical body had not fully recovered, he would still meet it head-on. The rage in his heart made him unable to care about anything else. Shi Shuiyun also gave the order for his counterattack at the same time. Before Ba Hao could attack, the spear had already struck down again. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Before Ba Hao could attack, the spear had already struck down fiercely. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted once again below. The huge pit, which was already shocking enough, now became even deeper and larger. What people were most concerned about was the real result. Who had won? Immediately after, the spear was forcefully pushed back for millions of miles before it barely stopped. The overall structure was not destroyed, but the situation was not very good. Using this move had consumed a shocking amount of energy. The second move was obviously not as powerful as it had been. Fortunately, it did not break into pieces like the giant. At least there were no casualties, which was enough. Ba Hao was once again sent flying, but it was not as tragic as before. It seemed that there was not much of a problem. His physical body was still healing rapidly. His combat power had been reduced, or the spear would definitely have shattered. Pretty hard. This time, I'll completely destroy you. Ba Hao stepped forward frantically. His body quickly healed, and soon he looked no different from usual. Even so, his condition was definitely not completely recovered. However, in terms of battle prowess, he had already recovered by more than half. Under such circumstances, if the spear were to receive another punch, it would definitely shatter. At that time, the price he would have to pay would be even more tragic than the giant. Such a condensed spear was not some grand formation, but the product of the combination of willpower and strength. If it was shattered, it would be equivalent to the complete collapse of the willpower. As a result, it would affect one's soul, and in serious cases, one would become an idiot. Even if one survived, it would be useless. Go! Shi Shuiyun gritted her teeth. She had no other choice. Not only her, but all the cultivators in the spear also had no other choice. However, their gazes were incomparably resolute. Protecting their homeland was their goal. In order for their descendants to survive, they had to pay the price. Even if they could foresee the outcome of this collision, they would not be able to stop. If he stopped, the result would be a world of difference from when he bumped into it. If they could hold on for a while longer, the Death Clan would be able to close the gate, or they could give Tianyan more time to break through. There were too many variables. Once they stopped, the Death Clan behind them would be destroyed. Then, the Death Clan would continue to open, and the entire desolate Dragon Star would be destroyed. There would be no hope. Kill! A deafening sound soared into the sky. They were already prepared to face the attack. Every single one of them recalled the scenes of their lives. They were already very lucky to be able to make it this far. Without Tianyan, they would not even have had the chance to be here. They would have perished in ignorance. They would not even have had the chance to resist. After all, if they did not come up, the giant beast clan would attack. At that time, they would not even have the chance to appear on the battlefield. They would have died in the lower worlds. Just as they were about to go up, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. They were all dumbstruck. You have worked hard. You have performed well. Let me handle the rest. A familiar voice spread in all directions. When they saw the person's back, their eyes turned red. Not at all. It's all thanks to Sir's training that we can stand on this battlefield. They choked. Even when they were facing strong enemies, they had never lost their composure like this. However, when they were facing Tianyan, they lost their composure. It wasn't just them. Even Shi Shiwayun and the others had tears in their eyes. Everything they had done was finally paid off. That's right. Your efforts will not go to waste. Tianyun turned to look at them and solemnly said, "Today, you will be famous everywhere. Let everyone remember you. Of course, that's not the key. The key is that you did it. You did what so many strong forces couldn't." Yeah, we did it. They were all excited. Even though there were casualties, they were more excited than anything else. They had created a miracle. Everyone had a different opinion of them. When the forces saw Tianyun talking to them, they were shocked. They did not expect that these forces were all created by Tianyun. "You talk too much nonsense. Go to hell. Even if you come out, you will only become dust here like them." Ba Hao was already in front of them. He did not give them any time to talk. "Get lost." Tianyun waved his hand, and a wave of fluctuation came from the void. The terrifying star power turned into a huge palm, and it slammed down on Ba Hao, who was rushing towards Tianyun, and Ba Hao turned into a pile of blood mist in midair. What was left was a bloody mess of flesh that fell from midair and finally smashed into the ground, causing an explosion. A divine, star-venerable giant beast had been blown up with a single slap. Divine, star-venerable. He broke through to the divine, star-venerable level. The familiar aura made them feel that Tianyun's cultivation had really reached the divine, star-venerable level. They did not expect Tianyun to be a divine, star-venerable after hiding in the purple-gold divine pavilion for a period of time. No wonder he said to leave it to him. He was already heaven-defying before becoming a divine, star-venerable. Who could stop him after becoming a divine, star-venerable? Chapter 2287. Tianyun had successfully broken through to the divine, star-venerable level. After successfully raising the level of his star aspect, he immediately started to raise his cultivation level. Raising his cultivation level was very smooth. Because he had killed enough great, star-venerable beasts, he had obtained a lot of star energy. Especially since he had destroyed the Zhu family, the star energy he had obtained was quite shocking. Under such circumstances, raising his cultivation level to the divine, star-venerable level was no longer a problem. It could even be said that it was relatively easy. It could be said that he had successfully broken through to the divine, star-venerable level in one go. After breaking through, he immediately charged out. He was both angry and helpless in the purple-gold divine pavilion. However, he could only continue to break through inside. There was no other way. No matter how angry he was, there was no point in coming out. As long as his cultivation level did not break through, the deaths of his subordinates would be meaningless. Therefore, he was not only proud of his subordinates' abilities, but he was also extremely sad. However, he was even more gratified to be able to explode with such shocking power, apart from his faction. Which other faction could do this? Blocking the attacks of divine star venerables one after another was enough to make Tianyun proud. This was the faction he had nurtured. They could do things that others could not. Finally, after successfully breaking through, he immediately charged out and killed Ba Hao at the same time. Even though Ba Hao had been injured, he was still a divine, star venerable, which was far from what a great star venerable could compare to. However, he had been killed in one move by Tianyun. Ba Hao had now become a pile of mud. He fell to the ground, motionless. He looked very miserable. It seemed like he was not dead, but he had already lost the ability to fight. Tianyun quickly descended from the sky and grabbed Ba Hao's remaining pile of flesh. In fact, it contained his soul. It's a pity that Super Soul Search doesn't have enough star energy to level up for now. Otherwise, I would really want to search your memories. But don't worry, You still have 2 companions left. Tianyan exerted a little force in his hand, and a domineering power started to press down. Ba Hao's body started to rapidly collapse. You can't defeat the giant beast race. Ba Hao was still unwilling to admit defeat. Don't worry, you'll see more and more companions coming down. Tianyan didn't waste time with him. He crushed Ba Hao's body, including his soul. He had finished off a divine, Star Venerable. Ding! You have successfully killed Ba Hao. Reward: 5 billion star energy and 2,000 kill points. Ba Hao's hand, Ba Hao's soul, and bloodthirsty spawn. As expected of a divine star sovereign's star energy value. It's truly shocking. Tianyan's eyes lit up. That much star energy would be enough for him to upgrade his super soul search ability. When that time came, he would be able to easily scour a bunch of memories. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the giant divine beast. Now, it was time to clean up the other divine, Star Venerable beast, especially the trapped divine beast. The giant divine beast had yet to break out of its cage. It had to be said that the divine spirit race's ability was very shocking. They had trapped the giant divine beast so tightly that it was basically impossible for it to escape. Not to mention that it wouldn't be able to escape in the future, at least for a short period of time. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to successfully break through to the divine, Star Venerable realm. I thought you wouldn't be able to break through again. When Tianyan saw the giant divine beast, he realized that it was indeed an old acquaintance. It's you. The giant divine beast's eyes were filled with killing intent. It fiercely punched the sturdy cage, causing it to crack a little. However, it still couldn't escape. That's right, it's me. Tianyan looked at it indifferently. Next, it's your turn. I almost died at your hands when I sparred with you before, but now it's my turn to deal with you. You. The giant divine beast sneered. Ba Hao was seriously injured. Otherwise, do you think you could handle him? If I wasn't trapped in the cage, you would definitely be dead. Oh, all right then. I want to see what abilities you have. Tianyan waved his hand at Yi Qingxian and used her to remove the cage. Yi Qingxian didn't hesitate. She nodded at him and quickly removed the cage. As soon as the cage was removed, the giant divine beast launched a sneak attack on Tianyan. He had been waiting for this opportunity. He wanted to provoke Tianyan so that he could remove the cage and kill his way out. He hadn't expected that Tianyan would really take the bait. He secretly cursed Tianyan for being an idiot. What an idiot. Die. The giant divine beast swung his fist and charged over. He gathered all of his strength. The explosive power was slightly weaker than Ba Hao's, but his overall strength was still at the divine, Star Venerable realm. Boom! Tianyan raised his hand and received the giant divine beast's fist head-on. A terrifying power poured out from behind Tianyan. With him as the front, a large area behind him instantly collapsed. It was enough to show that the power of this punch was quite shocking. However, Tianyan was completely fine. He grabbed the giant divine beast's fist tightly and looked at the other party's shocked gaze. This is your power. You. The giant divine beast thought that his punch could seriously injure Tianyan, who knew that he would be seriously injured and receive his most overbearing punch. There's no need for you. Tianyan exerted force and crushed the giant divine beast's fist. Then he quickly reached out, grabbed the giant divine beast's head, and lifted it up. Search my soul. He had already upgraded the Super Soul Search. He could search the cultivation of all divine, Star Venerables. He couldn't miss out on real information. After searching his memory, he found that the giant divine beast's memory was also limited. He didn't even know where the headquarters of the giant divine beast race was. It wasn't that his status was too low, but that he had been sealed in the giant divine beast domain. It was only a long time ago, when he received help from the evil spirit race, that he started to evolve. During this period, they also communicated with their companions. However, if they wanted to leave that place, they could only destroy the formation from the inside. Therefore, the giant divine beast didn't know much about the situation outside. You have no value at all. Die. Eteonion squeezed hard. The giant divine beast didn't even get to say his last words before he died completely. In a short period of time, he killed another divine, Star Venerable. This was as simple as drinking water. The others were dumbfounded, followed by explosive cheers. Chapter 2288. Two of the giant beast race's divine, Star Venerates, had been killed by Eteonion. He had killed them easily, as if it was as easy as drinking water. When the remaining two divine, Star Venerate giant beasts saw the situation, their hearts sank. They had greatly underestimated this cultivator's ability. He hadn't been very eye-catching before, so they hadn't paid much attention to him. Who knew that he would break through to the divine, Star Venerate level in such a short time? Breaking through to the divine, Star Venerate level wasn't a problem. Mei Qing and the others had broken through for so long, yet they were still suppressed by them. Even if Eteonion broke through to the divine, Star Venerate level, what kind of power could a newly advanced divine Star Venerate have? A lot of his power hadn't been converted and adapted yet. The power he could exert was at most slightly stronger than a great Star Venerate. If he wanted to completely mobilize the power of a divine Star Venerate, he would need some time to adapt and familiarize himself with it. Who knew that Eteonion didn't even need to adapt? It was as if he had broken through to the divine, Star Venerate level a long time ago. He could grasp all the power in an instant, and the power he exerted was even more shocking. The next second, Eteonion quickly flew to support Mei Qing and the others. He instantly charged to Mei Qing's side and said coldly, "Leave it to me." Mei Qing nodded. He had also reached his limit. If this continued, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. Immediately, Eteonion's gaze shifted to the handsome man. This giant beast race cultivator was still very powerful. It could be said that he was the most powerful among all of them. However, no matter how powerful he was only an early-stage divine, Star Venerate. We underestimated you this time. I really didn't expect you to improve like this. Batron stared at Eteonion and said in a deep voice, "You're the strongest cultivator I've seen." "Is that so? That's my honor," Eteonion said calmly. "However, your plan ends here. It's time to end this." "Wait a minute." Batron didn't attack immediately. Instead, he looked at him and said temptingly, "You have great power, and you can use it. Don't you want to rule this area and become the absolute overlord of this area? I believe you know that if you want to improve your cultivation, you will need an astonishing amount of resources. As long as you rule this area, you will have all the resources you want. Join forces with us. When the time comes, your cultivation won't just be at the divine, Star Venerable realm, but an even higher realm." Batlon began to tempt them. He felt that Eteonion had the strength to join forces with them. At the same time, he did not want to fight with Eteonion. "You've injured so many of my men. What's the point of saying that?" Eteonion said calmly, "Their cultivation is so weak, it doesn't matter if they die. Survival of the fittest. This has always been the truth," Batlon said in a deep voice. "Don't worry about these things. It's meaningless. So this is the difference between me and trash like you." Eteonion stomped on the ground, his eyes filled with killing intent. The giant beast race followed the principle of survival of the fittest. not to mention the other races. Even the giant beast race within their own race would end with the survival of the fittest. Unfortunately, Eteonion could not agree with this concept. Boom! Eteonion instantly arrived in front of Batlon and swung his fist. Batlon's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, he also swung his fist to counterattack. The two fists collided. Boom! Batlon was like a huge meteorite falling from the sky and finally exploding on the ground. Just like Ba Hao, he was killed in one move. After the explosion, Batlon lay on the ground, his body turned into a pile of meat paste, looking very tragic. In front of Eteonion, a divine, Star Venerable's cultivation was like trash. Most importantly, he had not even used any star aspect. He had killed Batlon in an instant by relying solely on his own strength. Cough, cough, cough. Batlon recovered his physical body with difficulty. He looked at Eteonion with eyes full of anger. Looks like you're not willing to cooperate with us. Since that's the case, then go to hell. Under his gloomy gaze, a black fog suddenly appeared around him, and soon a group of giant beasts appeared in front of him. They were dressed in black, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately used their black energy to wrap around Eteonion. Most importantly, a door of death had appeared, enveloping him from the side. This door of death was not big, just enough to accommodate a few people. They wanted to stuff Eteonion into the door of death. As long as he was stuffed into the door of death, everything would be over. There were so many vengeful spirits inside, and even a divine Star Venerable would probably die inside. Eteonion was very powerful, but he did not have the ability to open the door of death, which meant that once he was locked inside, he would only be waiting for death. I didn't expect there to be a backup door of death. You guys have a backup plan, but that's all there is to it. A terrifying power was released from Eteonion's body, and a phantom appeared. With just a wave, the giant beasts surrounding him were shaken into a bloody fog, and the black energy that trapped him was completely useless. As soon as these giant beasts died, the door of death quickly closed up. When everyone saw this, apart from being shocked, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Eteonion was not sucked in. If he was really sucked in, wouldn't it be the end? However, if Eteonion was sucked in, he would not die inside. After all, he had the super teleportation divine stone, so he could easily escape without any pressure. Then his gaze shifted to Batlon, and he quickly flew to his side. He lifted Batlon up and said calmly, "I wonder what other moves you have this time." In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were meaningless. "You're really powerful." Batlon laughed loudly, but there was no despair in his eyes. "Do you think everything is over just like that? I know it won't be over so easily, so I want to take a look." Eteonion sneered and grabbed Batlon's head. All the memories quickly surged out and poured into his head. So it was this plan. Your giant beast clan is really powerful. You even have this kind of hidden method. Eteonion looked at the shocked Batlon. He did not expect Eteonion to have this kind of ability. He was a divine, Star Venerable. No matter how weak he was, it was impossible for his soul to be searched. Who knew that he would not have a chance to struggle at all, and his memories would be completely extracted. How can you do this? Batron's previously indifferent expression turned into one of extreme fear. All his plans had been exposed, so how could he remain calm? "There's no why. You guys are just too stupid." Eteonion sneered and crushed Batlon's head, completely ending his life. Chapter 2289. Batron was killed, and another large amount of star energy poured in. However, Eteonion was not excited at all. He knew a lot of insider information from Batron's memories. He had searched through the memories of so many beasts, and he had finally found something valuable. This beast was very valuable, and it was also very well hidden. After learning about it, not only was he not happy, but his face was also terrifyingly gloomy. He turned around and went to Jean Elan's side, ready to help her kill the last divine, Star Venerable. As long as he killed this divine, Star Venerable, the giant beasts would basically be finished. There would be no chance for them to fight back. It's over. Yi Tianyun didn't do it this time. Gather? Bad and lazy? Regret? Jingxue? And I? Yuan Yen resisting the temple's blasphemy? Fengyan blowing down the model? Bookworm waving the heart? And bad and lazy? Fushu? In the end, this divine Star Venerable was also killed by him. All the divine Star Venerables were killed by him. He had done something that other divine Star Venerables could not do. This kind of power was really above other divine Star Venerables. Mei Qing divine, Star Venerable wiped his cold sweat. He had not expected Yi Tianyun to be so nature-defying. After breaking through to divine Star Venerable, the power he erupted with far surpassed theirs. Fortunately, he had made an oath with Yi Tianyun, or he would have been the one dead. Even if he had escaped, he would have died if he had not signed the oath with Yi Tianyun. How could he dare fight against such a powerful divine, Star Venerable? It could only be said that the Zhu family was really blind to have provoked such a nature-defying existence. Divine, Star Venerable Elan, thank you for your ascension flower. Without it, I would not have been able to break through to the divine, Star Venerable level. Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and 5-star Venerable level treasures flew out and landed in Jean Elan's hands. Now that he had broken through, he had to fulfill his promise. This business is really worth it. I wonder if you can help me out in the future? Jean Elan sized up Yi Tianyun with her beautiful eyes, feeling a little shocked. She did not expect Yi Tianyun to be so powerful after his breakthrough. She had thought that he would not be of much help, at most helping to fend off the giant beasts. Now, it seemed that it had far exceeded her imagination. He was much more powerful than a veteran divine, Star Venerable like her. That's not a problem. Yi Tianyun smiled. He was very grateful that they could support him at this time. Then, he flew to Shi Shuiyun's side and hugged her slender waist. He said gently, "It's been hard on you. You're very good at commanding. No wonder you're my wife." As they chatted, a terrifying force spread out in all directions, shattering the giant beasts and vengeful spirits around them. At this moment, the Death's Gate was more or less done closing. It had to be said that it took quite a long time for the Death's Gate to close. The main reason was that the range of the Death's Gate was too large, so the time it took to close was relatively longer. But now, there was no need to worry. After it was closed, there was basically no difficulty to speak of. The remaining giant beasts were basically useless. If they did not have a strong cultivation, they could only be slaughtered. It could be said that after the death of a divine, Star Venerable, victory could basically be declared. However, Yi Tianyun's actions were even more eye-catching. They did not expect this beautiful woman to be Yi Tianyun's woman. This made everyone marvel. As expected of a powerhouse of a generation, it was normal for him to have such a capable wife. Sai, a divine, Star Venerable. He broke through just like that, and he's so strong. Even if the Zhu family has a divine, Star Venerable, they probably wouldn't dare to oppose him, right? Chu Hatong and the others sighed, their eyes filled with fear. This time, they felt that it was the right choice not to go against Yi Tianyun. If they went against Yi Tianyun, then even the Chu family would be pried up. He's really outstanding. Jing Xian stared at the woman in Yi Tianyun's arms, jealousy appearing in her beautiful eyes for the first time. She realized that Yi Tianyun was very much in line with her standards as a cultivation companion. It was just that the person in his arms wasn't her, but another woman. All along, it had been others who were jealous of her. This time, it was her turn to be jealous. So many people are watching. Sure, Shuayun was a little embarrassed. So many people were looking at them, making her a little shy. What are you afraid of? You're so capable. Are you afraid of others gossiping? Tianyun hugged her slender waist and said in a deep voice, "Everything is finally over, but it's also a beginning." He said something inexplicable, making sure Shuayun falls silent. After the death's gate was closed, everything became a lot easier. All the giant beasts had been wiped out. After all, this was their territory, and the giant beasts did not have as many people as they did. After a round of cleaning, all the giant beasts were finally wiped out. However, no one was happy. All the losses were too heavy. Every family had lost a lot. Be it experts or other disciples, many had died. Less than half of the disciples they had brought with them were left. Basically, all the families were in the same situation. Some families were even worse off. Looking at the corpses on the ground, everyone felt a little miserable. They had won, but they didn't feel excited at all. Everything was fine. Even if they were fighting for treasures, there wouldn't be such a tragic battle. But now it was different. Many of the companions they had brought with them had died. The atmosphere in this area was very depressed and gloomy. They started to pack up the corpses of their companions and brought them back for a proper burial. It wasn't just these big families. Even the Tianyan ancestral land was in sorrow. They had also suffered heavy losses. This was the worst they had suffered so far. This was the cruelest war. Death was a very common thing, and there was no way to change it. If they wanted to change the situation, unless they had a heaven-defying expert who could suppress the other party from the beginning, there would be a lot of casualties. While they were packing up, Tianyan suddenly said in the sky, "Everyone, I know you are in pain, but there is one thing I want to explain to you. The giant beasts have already started to attack Scarlet Moon Planet. We don't have time to feel pain anymore. We must hurry back to Scarlet Moon Planet." Tianyun's words were like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in their ears, shocking them. They have already attacked Scarlet Moon Planet. They couldn't believe it. Scarlet Moon Planet had a divine, Star Venerable hiding. How could they be so bold? Yes, they have already attacked Scarlet Moon Planet. They should be in a chaotic battle now. There is no point in being sad now. We can either hide on Desolate Dragon Planet or kill our way back to Scarlet Moon Planet to fight them. Tianyan said in a deep voice. This was what he knew from Batlin's memories. Chapter 2290. At first, Tianyan thought that they would wipe out the cultivators here first before heading to planet Scarlet Moon to fight and rule over the entire planet. Who knew that the giant beast race would attack on both sides, swallowing both sides in one go? Even if they failed here, planet Scarlet Moon would probably be swallowed. When they returned and found out that everything was over, it would be meaningless. There was only one reason why they dared to do this. The giant beast race was well prepared and very powerful. From Batron's memories, one could sense how powerful they were. They had sent 8 divine Star Venerables. Including the 4 here, there were a total of 12. A total of 11 divine Star Venerables. That really scared him. He hadn't expected the giant beast race to have so many powerhouses. Who would dare say that they had declined? At least here, they hadn't declined. Batron and the others had sent 4 divine Star Venerables, which meant that they thought very highly of Planet Desolate Dragon. Under normal circumstances, Planet Desolate Dragon didn't even have a single divine Star Venerate. Sending 4 divine Star Venerables would have been a sure win. Who knew that a moment of carelessness would cause them to lose everything? Not only were there many divine star venerables here, but there were also powerful forces from the Skycloud ancestral land. In the end, Eteonion had successfully broken through to the divine star venerate level. He was above everything. But now that Planet Desolate Dragon's crisis had been resolved, it was Planet Scarlet Moon's turn. According to the plan, the battle had already begun. If he teleported there, he would definitely see chaos and a sky full of giant beasts crazily attacking Planet Scarlet Moon, compared to the giant beast race sent to deal with Planet Desolate Dragon. They were much stronger in both numbers and cultivation. This was what he was worried about. He was determined to win. They still have the energy to deal with Planet Scarlet Moon. Also, I didn't receive any distress messages. Chu Hutong found this unbelievable. First of all, he hadn't received any distress messages. This made him a little puzzled. Since they came out, they must have come prepared. If the Chu family had been attacked, they would definitely have notified them and asked them to quickly go and rescue them. From the beginning until now, they hadn't received any distress messages, which made them very puzzled. I found this from the giant beast's memories. That's their plan. I'm not very clear about the actual situation. As for the rescue information, is there a problem with a divine star venerable blocking it? Eteonion looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Of course, I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm just reminding you. Either we continue to stay here or we go back. Once you return, you probably won't be able to escape. You can only face the giant beast race head-on. Therefore, everything depends on your own choices. Whether you believe me or not is up to you." Eteonion's words were very straightforward. He was giving them a reminder on account of their collective fight against the giant beasts. Heavenly Cloud Divine, Star Venerate, do you know how many experts there are over there? Chu Hatong and the others pondered for a moment before deciding to ask about it. There was no need for a divine, Star Venerable to lie, so they chose to believe him. According to the memories obtained by that divine Star Venerable, there are at least 8 divine Star Venerables and many other great Star Venerables. The total number was at least several times more than what they had sent to attack Desolate Dragon Star. It can be said that the number is quite shocking. If we were not careful, we would have been completely annihilated. Eteonion said, honestly, 8 divine Star Venerables? They were extremely shocked. There were actually 8 divine Star Venerables. Just how were they raised? Or rather, where did he come from? How could he possess such terrifying battle prowess? That's right, there are 8 divine Star Venerables. If Scarlet Moon Planet had many divine Star Venerables, then they wouldn't be so scary. Eteonion looked at divine Star Venerable Mei Qing to ask about his situation. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing frowned and said, "As far as I know, there are no more than 5 divine Star Venerables left on Scarlet Moon Planet. As for the others that are hidden deeper, I'm not sure, but there should be more. After all, most of the divine Star Venerables have chosen to leave Scarlet Moon Planet. If they continue to stay on Scarlet Moon Planet, there will be no progress in breaking through." Scarlet Moon Planet was a delicious steamed bun in the eyes of many, but for divine Star Venerables, resources were quite limited, so they had to leave Scarlet Moon Planet. The colossal beast race occupied Scarlet Moon Planet purely to occupy a decent planet and then spread out. This was their goal. If they stayed on Scarlet Moon Planet, they wouldn't be able to stay for too long. If they wanted to continue breaking through, they would have to leave this place and go to a more fertile planet. It seems that the divine Star Venerables on Scarlet Moon Planet are quite limited. Eteonion frowned. This was what divine Star Venerable Mei Qing knew. He wasn't very clear about the actual details. After all, he knew that there were 5, but whether they were still there or not was another matter. That's for sure. It's difficult to break through to the divine star venerables in the first place. In addition, Scarlet Moon Planet's resources are gradually deteriorating. It's normal for them to choose to leave Scarlet Moon Planet. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing nodded and said in a deep voice, "Based on the current situation, it's very likely that the Divine Star Venerables on Scarlet Moon Planet will be suppressed. Whether it's in terms of numbers or strength, they will surpass them." They had fought with the colossal beast race's divine star venerables before and knew how strong they were. The difference in strength was relatively large. They had to go all out to resist the colossal beast race's attack. No matter what, we will still choose to go back. After all, Scarlet Moon Planet is our route. Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing sighed. They still plan to go back instead of continuing to hide on Desolate Dragon Planet. The elders of the other big families also nodded and also planned to return to Scarlet Moon Planet. If they didn't go back, they would regret it forever. "Very well, then I will also go with you," Yi Tianyun suddenly said. "What? You will also go with us?" They were shocked and happy. They all thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't go to Scarlet Moon Planet. Who knew that he would go with them? They had all seen Yi Tianyun's strength. If they could help, they would definitely be happy. Yes, that was my decision from the beginning. I just want everyone to be prepared. And those with weaker cultivations don't need to return to Scarlet Moon Planet, Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice. After all, if Scarlet Moon Planet falls, it will definitely affect Desolate Dragon Planet. The two families are so close, it will definitely have a great impact. Therefore, I must go. Otherwise, Desolate Dragon Planet will not be peaceful either. Yi Tianyun didn't want a day's war to affect Desolate Dragon Planet again, so he planned to go to Scarlet Moon Planet. Chapter 2291. Naturally, they were very happy that Yi Tianyun had taken the initiative to go over, with the help of such a powerhouse. Even if they could not clean up the entire giant beast clan, they would at least have more power and hope. After making things clear, they quickly made preparations and began to rest and recuperate there. At the same time, Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and flicked his finger. The purple gold divine pavilion quickly disappeared. It was originally used for secluded cultivation. Now that the giant beast clan had been cleaned up, it naturally had to be taken back. Others found it inexplicable. It had suddenly appeared and disappeared, which made them feel very strange. After this battle, many people were seriously injured. Even though they knew that Red Moon Planet was very dangerous, they could only heal their injuries here before returning. Otherwise, if they went back covered in injuries, they would basically die. It would be better not to go back. The various divine star venerates also began to recover. This battle had consumed a shocking amount of energy. It was good enough that they could stay alive, let alone suffer casualties. As long as they were not completely wiped out, they would win. While Yi Tianyun was checking the situation, the heavenly cloud ancestral land had suffered heavy losses and was immersed in sorrow. Many of his former divine generals had died in this battle. However, he was not sad. These were all things that could be done through some means. He could drag their souls back and then resurrect them. This was a bit difficult, but at least it could be done. He did not need the help of the Death Clan. He could do it himself. Therefore, there was nothing to be sad about. He would definitely be able to resurrect them in the future. He had said this before. When his cultivation improved in the future, he would be able to resurrect them. As for getting the help of the Death Clan, this was really too difficult. If they were to be resurrected endlessly, it would be too harmful to them. After a period of rest, they all came to the side of the teleportation array. As expected, the teleportation array had been destroyed. It was not this side that had been destroyed, but the teleportation array on Red Moon Planet's side had been destroyed. This meant that a battle had begun on Red Moon Planet, and the city with the teleportation array had already fallen. The teleportation array has been destroyed. This time, we have to cross the void. Mei Qing divine, Star Venerate, and the others frowned. This way, they would have to spend a lot of time on the road. They had to admit that it was really awkward to have only one teleportation array. Who would have thought that this would happen? It had always been peaceful, and no one would have thought that the giant beast race would appear. Hence, there were no extra teleportation formations. Yi Tianyun looked around. A group of cultivators had worried looks on their faces. If they were to fly over, it would take a long time. Although their cultivation wasn't low, it would still take a long time to cross the void to Scarlet Moon Star. It would take at least a week or two to reach Scarlet Moon Star. A week or two was not a long time for cultivators. It could be said to be the blink of an eye. However, given the current emergency situation, it was an extremely slow process. Perhaps the Scarlet Moon planet would have been razed to the ground by the time he reached there. If everyone trusts me, then enter this space. I'll bring everyone there by breaking through the void. Yi Tianyun extended his hand, and a spatial treasure appeared in his hand. He gestured for all the cultivators to enter. Many cultivators looked at each other. Generally speaking, entering someone else's space was equivalent to entering a cage, and no one would be willing to enter it. All right, I'll go in first. Star Venerable, Mei Qing took the lead and entered. He had already vowed to cooperate with Yi Tianyun, so he had no problem entering. When the others saw Star Venerable Mei Qing enter, they also followed. With someone taking the lead, they naturally followed. They were very curious about what method Yi Tianyun had used, but for now, they could only trust Yi Tianyun. Your wife is very beautiful and very capable. Do you mind if I become your second cultivation companion? As Jing Xian was about to enter the space, she stared at Yi Tianyun with a burning gaze. Such a crude and straightforward confession was really frightening. Thank you for your kindness, but I only want one cultivation companion in my life. Yi Tianyun smiled and refused. Well, I will slowly make you change your mind. Jing Xian smiled at him. Such a bold confession. Probably only Jing Xian could do it. After entering the space, Yi Tianyun felt as if his back was being pricked by needles. This gaze belonged to none other than his wife, Shi Shuiyun. He turned his head and looked behind him. Shi Shuiyun came up to him and said with a sweet smile, "You're really outstanding." Someone even came, and it's the talented Jing Xian Great, Star Venerable. You're really capable. You're flattering me. If I wasn't outstanding, would you have chosen me? Yi Tianyun laughed dryly. His wife was watching him from the side. Even if he wanted to do that, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Of course, he wasn't interested in Jing Xian. You only know how to talk. Shi Shuiyun glared at him, then said worriedly, "This time, you have to be careful when you go to Red Moon Planet. I know I can't dissuade you. I can only tell you to destroy the giant beasts and wait for your safe return." As she spoke, Shi Shuiyun smiled, her eyes filled with tears. She had experienced this scene many times. She was worried every time, but she could only stay at home and wait for news. This time, they finally went to the battlefield together, but Yi Tianyun went to another battlefield. "Why are you crying? Don't worry. I'll definitely come back, safely. In this world, there's basically no one who can kill me." Yi Tianyun smiled at her. "Wait for my return." He reached out his hand to wipe away her tears and smiled. Then he turned around and took a step forward. He disappeared and left this area completely. "You must come back." Sure, Shuiyun knew how dangerous it was, but she could only pray there. This time, they could finally stand on the front line. However, they really didn't want to participate in the battle on Red Moon Planet. Next time, we'll definitely go one step further. Sure, Xiuyun was confident that they could participate in the next battle and perform even better. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianyun was teleported to Red Moon Planet. It was convenient to teleport to Red Moon Planet with the teleportation Godstone. He didn't have to worry about the teleportation array being destroyed. When he first arrived at Crimson Moon Star, what greeted his eyes was a sea of fire. What was even more terrifying was that there were giant beasts everywhere. Primitive giant beasts madly rushed forward, and as long as it was a foreign race, they would tear it to pieces without hesitation. In addition to the giant beasts, there were also the evil spirit race and the green demon race. They were all killing crazily, turning the originally beautiful Red Moon Planet into the most terrifying battlefield. Even the sky above was shrouded in red. The battle had already begun, and Red Moon Planet was in a bitter battle. Chapter 2292, Roar. As soon as Yi Tianyun arrived at Red Moon Planet, giant beasts immediately pounced on him. As long as they were from a different race, they would immediately rush over and destroy them. Their huge bodies didn't even reach him. With a light flick, the giant beasts that pounced on him turned into a mist of blood that scattered everywhere. Immediately after, he waved his hand and released all the cultivators he had placed in the space. When they came out and saw the situation in front of them, they were immediately stunned. Apart from being shocked by the situation in front of them, they were even more shocked that Yi Tianyun had really brought them over. They had successfully arrived at Red Moon Planet in a short period of time, which made them very curious about how Yi Tianyun had done it. However, that wasn't the key now. The real key was to deal with the giant beasts. Oh my God, many areas have already fallen. My family. Let's go back and check on the situation of our family. Damn it, all of you giant beasts should die. They roared crazily and directly rushed back to the area where their families were located. Seeing this scene, their hearts were filled with worry. They didn't know what situation their families were in. However, under normal circumstances, their families had all kinds of protective arrays, so they shouldn't be breached in a short time. In an instant, they left one after another. Even Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerate, and the others flew back to the areas they were protecting. I'll go with you, Yi Tianyun said to Jing Xian. Young Master Yi, are you willing to let me become your cultivation partner? Jing Xian's beautiful eyes flickered. The strong possessiveness in her eyes could really scare people. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that the giant beasts will definitely attack some of the more powerful families first. Maybe your family has been targeted. So if I go with you, we might encounter divine, Star Venerate level giant beasts, Yi Tianyun quickly explained. All right, thank you, Tianyun Divine. Star Venerate. Chu Hatong smiled awkwardly. This elder of his was really too bold. However, if the two of them really got together, he would really approve of it with both hands. He absolutely had no intention of rejecting it. Yi Tianyun had the cultivation of a divine, Star Venerable, and he was so young. He would be a fool if he refused even this. Now that Yi Tianyun said that he wanted to go with them, he was even more grateful. If they really encountered a divine, Star Venerable, they really wouldn't be able to deal with them easily. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I came here to eradicate the giant beast race in the first place. There's no time to lose. Let's head over now. Yi Tianyun nodded, indicating for them to lead the way. At this moment, Chu Hatong took out a few jade tokens, but they were all shattered. As expected, I came here to send a message. Chu Hatong looked up. Scarlet Moon Planet had already been completely enveloped by the verbal compliance law. This was the divine, Star Venerable Rank's verbal compliance law. All messages were meaningless. Soon after, Chu Hutong brought Yi Tianyun and rushed back to his clan with his fastest speed. Soon, after flying at high speed for a while, they finally arrived at the area where their family was located. The moment they arrived, they could see a huge city in the distance. It was being attacked by countless giant beasts in a frenzy. The thick barrier kept fluctuating, but it seemed like it hadn't been broken. However, if it was attacked by thousands of giant beasts, it probably wouldn't last for long. The huge city in front of them was actually the Chu clan. This was similar to the Tian clan. A so-called clan was basically the overlord of a region. The area they occupied was too large. They all had their own formations that could block all attacks. Fortunately, there aren't any problems for now. When Chu Hutong and the others saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were most afraid that when they returned, they would see that the Chu clan's barrier had already been broken. At that time, everything would really become chaotic. This group of beasts, come with me to clean them all up. Chu Hutong led them and started to sweep away the giant beasts surrounding the clan. Originally, the Chu clan had been sending people to fight back. However, there were too many of them, and they couldn't deal with them quickly. Now that they had returned, and they were all Grand Star Venerables, it would be much easier to deal with these giant beasts. However, among these giant beasts, most of them were Star Lords and Star Venerables. Occasionally, there would be a small number of Grand Star Venerables. They were all in the most primitive state. Not all giant beasts could evolve. They had to be selected first. If they wanted to evolve, they would have to pay a lot of resources. If they could evolve at will, then none of the giant beasts in front of them would be in the giant beast state. Looking around, he really didn't see any giant beasts in the cultivator state, which surprised him. It seemed like the ordinary giant beasts were the main attackers, and their numbers were also the highest. The elders are back. When the Chu clan saw Chu Hutong and the others coming out, they started shouting happily. They had finally waited for their elders to return. There were 7 or 8 Grand Star Venerables, which was equivalent to more than half of the Chu clan's powerhouses. Now that they had returned, they undoubtedly felt more confident. Yi Tianyun didn't stay idle either. He had come to see if there were any divine Star Venerables. He didn't see any divine Star Venerables, but there were so many giant beasts, so he wouldn't let them go. Soon after, he turned into a beam of flowing light and swept over. The cultivation of a divine Star Venerate could be said to be completely overwhelming. He swept through everything in his way. His eradicating speed was much faster than Chu Hutong and the others. They weren't on the same level at all. At this speed, it wouldn't be a problem at all to clean up the giant beasts in this area. This kind of situation really frightened the people of the Chu clan. If such a terrifying power could sweep through their experts, wouldn't it be as easy as drinking water? Even the Grand Star Venerables turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. They died thoroughly. Where did this powerhouse come from? They were all stunned. Soon, with Yi Tianyun's support, it was very easy for them to clean up. Most of the giant beasts were taken care of, and the remaining ones were left to the others to deal with. Chu Hutong and the others returned to the clan and heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to clean up a large group of giant beasts. Where's the clan leader? Why don't I see him? Chu Hutong had been back for a long time, but he hadn't seen the clan leader come out to fight. Even if he was in seclusion, he should have come out by now, right? The clan leader was seriously injured and has been unconscious. That person said hatefully, the clan leader was clearing up the giant beasts outside when a divine, Star Venerable cultivator suddenly charged over and attacked the clan leader. Fortunately, the clan leader resisted, or he would have died right away. A divine, Star Venerable cultivator. They frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Yes, a divine, star venerable cultivator. The strange thing is that the giant beasts didn't attack him. Those people were confused. Chapter 2293. After understanding the situation, Chu Hutong and the others roughly knew what was going on. It was indeed the giant beast clan that ambushed the clan leader. The most puzzling thing was that the divine star venerable giant beast clan immediately left after the ambush, instead of continuing to attack the barrier and annihilating the Chu clan. Yi Tianyun was a little puzzled about this. He didn't know why the other party chose to attack and not continue to attack. Chu Hutong and the others quickly arrived at the clan leader's residence. Yi Tianyun also followed them to visit. As soon as he entered the room, he saw an old man sitting by the bed, healing a man's injuries. Energy slowly flowed into the man's body to heal his injuries. When Yi Tianyun saw this person clearly, his eyes narrowed. He roughly knew why the divine star venerable giant beast chose to leave. The old man in front of him was a divine, star venerable powerhouse. He didn't expect the Chu clan to have a divine, star venerable powerhouse. This wasn't surprising. Many of the top-ranked clans had divine star venerables, but some were in seclusion, while others were out traveling. They didn't know the details. "Grandpa, how's Dad?" Jing Xian hurried over, her face filled with worry and anxiety. No wonder Jing Xian was such a genius. Not only was her father the clan leader, but her grandfather was also a divine, star venerable. "Xian, you're back." Chu Suifeng looked at her with a kind gaze and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry. With Grandpa here, your father will be fine." "It's good that he's fine. It's good that he's fine." Jing Xian looked at her father. Although his face was pale, his aura was relatively stable. With a divine, star venerable healing him, unless he was really dead, as long as he still had a breath left, he could be saved. After speaking, he seemed to sense the situation on Yi Tianyun's side. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he revealed a bit of surprise. What a young divine, star venerable. He immediately sensed that Yi Tianyun's cultivation had reached the divine, star venerable level. One's age might be concealed by one's appearance, but one's aura couldn't be concealed. He could sense that Yi Tianyun was very young, but he couldn't sense how young he was. "Greetings, Star Sovereign Chu." Yi Tianyun cupped his hands in greeting. Chu Suifeng nodded and stood up. He sized him up and asked doubtfully, "I wonder which faction you're from to be able to nurture such a young divine, star venerable." "Grandpa, he is the owner of the unique star Dharma that appeared on planet Desolate Dragon a long time ago," Jing Xian explained. "The owner of the Desolate Dragon star's unique star Dharma." Chu Suifeng looked surprised. He didn't think that Yi Tianyun would be that person. "I can't believe that the Desolate Dragon Star could have such a genius. What a surprise." "I don't know why they are here. Did something happen on Wild Dragon Star?" Chu Suifeng's face became serious. "Grandpa, it's actually like this." After Jing Xian explained the situation of the Desolate Dragon Star to Chu Suifeng, he nodded his head. "The Giant Beast clan is really scheming. I didn't think that they would have such terrifying power when they made a comeback." Chu Suifeng thanked Yi Tianyun. "Thank you, Heavenly Cloud Divine, Star Venerable, for coming to help. Fortunately, I just came out of seclusion and sensed danger outside, so I rushed out immediately. If I had been one step later, Chu Liang wouldn't have been able to make it. The Giant Beast clan is too ruthless. They have extremely terrifying poison. I spent a lot of effort to remove the poison. Ordinary medicinal pellets don't have any effect. I have to force it out bit by bit." Chu Suifeng said in a low voice, "I wanted to trap him, but he seemed to have sensed danger and ran away immediately. If he had been one step later, I would have definitely kept him here. Chu Suifeng's eyes became cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. His son was beaten up like that. How could he not be angry? If he had been one step later, he would have been dead. If it weren't for protecting his family, he would have chased after them. However, he was worried that they would lure him away, so he stayed here. More importantly, he had to treat Chu Liang's injuries. Yi Tianyan didn't doubt Chu Suifeng's words at all. Chu Suifeng's cultivation was not bad. He was a mid-stage divine, star venerable. He was much stronger than the divine star venerables he had seen before. If the other party was an early-stage divine, star venerable beast, then Chu Suifeng would have no problem keeping him here. So that's how it is. No wonder that divine, star venerable beast, turned around and ran. Now that Scarlet Moon planet is getting more and more dangerous, I plan to go out and find the location of those divine, star venerable beasts. Yi Tianyan didn't plan to stay here. With Chu Suifeng holding the fort here, he didn't have to worry about anything. Heavenly Cloud Divine, Star Venerable, I'll go with you. Chu Suifeng stood up and said coldly, the situation here is temporarily fine. As long as it's not a divine Star Venerable, we can deal with them. If a divine Star Venerable comes, then I will kill my way back and trap them to death. Moreover, I have a general idea of where they will attack. Chu Suifeng's eyes were filled with killing intent. He hated the giant beast race to the extreme. Now that his son had been injured, he was even more furious. Oh, divine, Star Venerable Chu, you still know where they will attack? Yi Tianyan's eyes lit up. He didn't know how to find the giant beast race's divine, Star Venerable, but Chu Suifeng actually knew where they were. Yes, I've deduced a bit of the area. Chu Suifeng pinched his fingers and deduced the general situation. Yi Tianyan came to a sudden realization. No wonder Chu Suifeng knew. It turned out that he knew this kind of deduction technique. Jing Xian was so proficient in this type of technique. She probably learned it from Chu Suifeng. All right, then let's move together. Yi Tianyan nodded. It was definitely a good thing to have someone to help. At the same time, in another area, the Tian family had already fallen. They were being attacked by all kinds of giant beasts, and there were countless casualties. Tian Yuan and Tian Xing Huan were both helping out in the Tian family. Although they had chosen to leave the Tian family, they still chose to come back to help when the Tian family was in such a crisis. When Yi Tianyan brought them back, they directly flew to the Tian family. The Tian family situation was much worse than the Chu family's, and they fell very quickly. Now, they were in a bitter battle. If they didn't have strong support, the Tian family would probably be finished. You too, leave quickly. Tian Yueming quickly retreated to Tian Yuan's side after resisting a wave of beasts. We won't leave. If we leave, the Tian family will really be finished. Tian Xing, Huan said in a deep voice. If you don't leave, then we'll really be finished. Tian Yueming looked at them and sighed. I'm already very grateful that you can still come to help the Tian family. I've let you down in the past, and I don't ask for your forgiveness. However, this is my stubbornness. Everything is for the Tian family. As long as the Tian family can prosper, I'm willing to sacrifice anything. Chapter 2294. The Tian family was in a crisis, but neither Tian Yuan nor Tian Xing Huan chose to leave. In the end, Tian Yueming chose to repent, but he did not regret it. This was his choice. In order to make the Tian family prosper, he can pay any price, including sacrificing his own child. As long as the Tian family can prosper, everything else doesn't matter. This was also the reason why Tian Yuan and the others were so disgusted. It seemed like they had done a lot for the Tian family, but this kind of behavior really made their children feel bitterly disappointed. They didn't have to sacrifice their own children to make their family flourish. Tian Yueming just wanted to show that he was willing to sacrifice everything for the Tian family. Sometimes they wished that their father could be a little more selfish. Regretfully, Tian Yueming didn't do so. Instead, he disappointed them time and again. In the end, they could only give up on the Tian family. Now that Tian Yueming was remorseful to them, if he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. Perhaps he had no choice but to sit in this position. Whether it was him or the other elders, they all had the same thought. As long as the clan could continue to develop, they were willing to sacrifice anyone. This seemed to be very sacrificial, but it was the cruelest and most inhumane. It was easy to cultivate some cold and heartless people, which was quite disadvantageous to future development. Once they encountered any danger, they would be willing to sacrifice everything at any time. If that was the case, what sense of existence would such a family have? This meant that every time they went out on a mission, there was a possibility that they would be abandoned or sacrificed. Sacrifice was not scary. What was scary was not having that kind of recognition. Just like the heavenly cloud ancestral land, the management was not ruthless at all. Instead, it was very united. In terms of sacrifice and dedication, they truly surpassed all other forces. If he wanted them to put their lives on the line, they would do so immediately without any hesitation. The Tian family's policy is too absolute. It seems to be correct, but it has a dangerous trigger point. Today was the best proof. The two geniuses had chosen to leave. This kind of situation would happen again in the future, and the two of them would definitely not be exceptions. We won't leave. This is our route. When there is a crisis, we still need to protect the Tian family. Tian Xinghuan and the others chose to stay here and didn't leave. Sigh, only you guys would think this way. Tian Yueming burst into tears. The reason why the Tian family would fall so quickly was largely due to too many people choosing to escape from the Tian family. This is the problem of sense of belonging. They don't have much sense of belonging to the Tian family. Previously, he had been pressured by the elders to stay in the Tian family. Before they returned, this place was attacked by the giant beast race. This immediately made their hearts jump, and they all fled. This was also the reason why Tian Yueming was remorseful. However, he wouldn't regret it. Some people were just like that. They were just that stubborn. Since it had already happened, he would not regret it. Instead, his mentality would change. However, no matter how they change, the Tian family is about to be destroyed. It's useless to say anything. There's still hope. Continue to hold on. Tian Yuan and the others ignored Tian Yueming's dissuasion and continued to fend off the behemoths in their surroundings, killing the nearby behemoths in a frenzy. The giant beasts they faced were not divine star venerables, but just a group of great star venerables was enough to defeat them. Just as they were struggling to resist, two streaks of light suddenly flashed past. One of the figures was like a rake, ruthlessly plowing over, shattering a large group of giant beasts into a bloody mist. Seeing this aura, Tian Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "It's Brother Tianyun." They clearly saw that the person rushing over was Tianyun. He was a powerful divine, star venerate, and he was sweeping through this place. In the blink of an eye, all the great star venerate beasts were wiped out. Not a single one was left. The remaining behemoths were all low-level beasts. They were not much of a threat to the Tian family. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. Tianyun nodded at Tian Yuan and quickly left with Chu Suifeng, leaving behind the dumbfounded Tian Yueming and the others. Tian Yueming knew that Tianyun had come to help deal with the giant beasts, mostly because of his relationship with Tian Yuan and the others. Sai, looks like the Tian family is really going to change. Tian Yueming sighed deeply. It's not too late to change some things. Yi Tianyan and Chu Suifeng were purely passing by. If they hadn't happened to pass by, Yi Tianyan really wouldn't have planned on helping the Tian family deal with these giant beasts. He didn't have a good impression of the Tian family to begin with. He just happened to pass by and saw Tian Yuan and the others there, so he decided to help deal with the giant beasts. The two of them still have some feelings for the Tian family. Yi Tianyan shook his head. There were many things that couldn't be thrown away just because they wanted to. It might seem like they were idiots, but sometimes they were just that idiotic. They might not have any dealings with the Tian family normally, but they would still come out to help at crucial times. Divine, Star Venerate Chu, how far are we from that place? Yi Tianyan asked. Chu Suifeng didn't think much of Yi Tianyan's actions. After making some calculations, he said, "We're almost there. It's roughly in the area ahead. That should be where the Zhu family is. The Zhu family is a great family of Scarlet Moon Planet. It's not surprising that the giant beasts would deal with them first. Zhu family." Yi Tianyan had a strange expression. He hadn't expected it to be the Zhu family. However, he had killed so many geniuses of the Zhu family. What would the Zhu family think of him? What's wrong? Do you have some grudges with the Zhu family? Chu Suifeng noticed that Yi Tianyan's expression wasn't right. There are some grudges. The Zhu family sent people to deal with me, but I wiped them all out, Yi Tianyan said truthfully. No wonder. The Zhu family was blind. That old man from the Zhu family will probably make a move against you after he finds out. That old man is very stubborn. Even if there's a great enemy in front of him, he won't care. He will still choose to take revenge. Chu Suifeng frowned and said, I didn't agree with the union of the two families in the first place. However, I delegated the power long ago. What those kids do is their own business. Is that so? If they really come for revenge, I'll take them on. Yi Tianyan didn't mind killing another divine, Star Venerate. Killing one was killing. Killing two was also killing. Don't worry. I'll talk to him and settle this conflict. I have some relationship with that old man. Chu Suifeng smiled. Then, his expression quickly turned serious. He looked ahead and said, We're almost there. I can feel that aura. That's right, Yi Tianyan looked from afar. Indeed, he saw a terrifying power explode in the sky in front of him. It was obvious that a great battle was taking place. It was at least a divine, Star Venerate level battle. As expected, the Zhu family's divine, Star Venerate, was still in the Zhu family. Chapter 2295. Boom, boom, boom. There were violent fluctuations coming from the Zhu family. Yi Tianyan and Chu Suifeng quickly approached the Zhu family. As they got closer and closer, they quickly saw the details of the situation there. The situation on the Zhu clan's side was still rather bad. The great clan protecting array had already been destroyed, and many giant beasts had begun to charge in, continuously overturning the houses, and even knocking away the cultivators of the Zhu clan. As for the Zhu family's god Candlestar Venerable, he was fighting against two god Beast Star Venerables alone. He didn't expect the Zhu family's divine, Star Venerable, to be so powerful, able to fight one against two. This had a lot to do with Star Venerate Candle God's cultivation. He was a mid-stage divine Star Venerate, so it was not strange for him to be able to deal with two early-stage divine, Star Venerate Almighty Beasts. However, from the looks of it, it wouldn't be able to last for long. The two divine, Star Venerables, were still very strong. Although they could not take down Star Venerable's Candle God for the time being, they believed that if this continued, Star Venerable's Candle God would definitely be defeated. Even if he could not defeat Star Venerable Candle God, the Zhu family behind him would be doomed. For such a situation to occur, Yi Tianyun had a certain degree of responsibility. After all, he had destroyed a large number of experts from the Zhu clan. Without the support of this group of experts, it was impossible for them to resist. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the Zhu clan for being blind and daring to attack Yi Tianyun. The destruction of the Zhu clan had nothing to do with him. Yi Tianyun couldn't just watch as his opponent killed him, could he? The Zhu family situation isn't too good. Chu Suifeng looked over and said with a sharp gaze, "Tianyun, Divine, Star Venerable, let's get ready to take action. I'll go help Divine. Star Venerable Candle first. You guard the side. Once they escape, immediately intercept them." Chu Suifeng didn't let Yi Tianyun go with him. It was the best choice for one person to help and the other to stand guard at the side. After all, Chu Suifeng wasn't confident that he and Star Venerable Candle God could stop the two giant beasts, divine Star Venerables of the giant beast race. Every single one he could kill counted. Hence, he definitely couldn't let them escape. Moreover, Yi Tianyun's cultivation was a little low, so hiding at the side was the best choice. If their cultivation was the same as Chu Suifeng's, then they would definitely rush over to intercept him. All right, I'll stand guard by the side. Yi Tianyun didn't have any opinion on this. Anyway, he just had to take action. If he said that he could deal with them, he believed that Chu Suifeng wouldn't believe it. After formulating a simple plan, Yi Tianyun hid at the side, and Chu Suifeng attacked without hesitation. "Star Venerable Candle God, let me help you." Chu Suifeng instantly arrived near the divine Star Venerate. He opened his hand and released the power of the divine Star Venerate. The surrounding space was enveloped by his power. An incomparably huge palm enveloped a large area, which was equivalent to locking down the direction of the divine Star Venerate's escape. All right. Star Venerable Candle God's eyes lit up. He was delighted to see that someone had come to help him. He could finally get rid of these two guys. Oh no, another divine Star Venerable has come. Giant Beast Divine, Star Venerable's face darkened. He looked at his companion and saw a hint of retreating in the other's eyes. Their cultivations were originally inferior to Chu Suifeng and the others. 2 against 1 was fine, but 2 against 2, they would definitely lose. The gap in cultivation was there, and it was not something that could be easily made up for. The two of them grabbed each other and immediately turned into a huge tornado, rushing out. This action shocked Chu Suifeng. He did not expect them to also know the body fusion martial arts. After using the body fusion martial arts, their instantaneous explosive power was greatly increased. It was far stronger than a person using their own power to escape. Dong! The encirclement was forcibly broken, and they quickly escaped outside. "Stop them!" Star Venerable Candle God roared angrily. He threw the Star Venerable level treasure in his hand forward, and a giant hammer quickly became bigger. It was like a huge mountain, and it heavily hammered down on them. Layers of the void were smashed by this giant hammer, and it quickly pressed down on them. However, their strength was also not weak. Explosive whirlwind flash. Their body fusion martial arts once again erupted with stronger power, turning into an even more amazing tornado and fleeing outside. They cooperated quite well. With this amazing speed, they easily escaped from the attack range of Star Venerable Candle God. Boom! The giant hammer heavily hit the ground, and a huge explosion spread in all directions. A large area of the ground caved in. Its power was amazing. However, it was meaningless. They had all escaped, and they could not even touch a corner of their clothes. They had been suppressing Star Venerable Candle God by relying on this body fusion martial arts. Otherwise, if they had fought alone, they would not have been as strong as Star Venerable Candle God, and they would have been suppressed. Damn it, they escaped again. Star Venerable Candle God was quite annoyed. It was the same every time, and he could not hit them. Chu Suifeng did not slow down. He had been prepared for this. When they had just escaped, he threw a Star Venerable level treasure at the same time. The Dark Gold Divine Net. This was a treasure used to capture people, which was quite rare. The giant divine net shrouded them, and it immediately blocked their escape route. Chu Suifeng did not want to capture them, but to block their escape route. However, the two of them were not easy to deal with. With another burst of flashes, they quickly turned around and fled to the side. With a xiao sound, accompanied by a powerful explosion, they instantly escaped the encirclement of the divine net and burrowed into the ground. They could not escape above, but it did not mean that there was no escape route on the ground. Swish, they disappeared into the ground in an instant, and a deep pit appeared on the surface. This made the faces of Chu Suifeng and the others sink. They had not expected them to have such a trick up their sleeves. The divine, Star Venerable body fusion technique of these two giant beasts was too amazing. They were so fast that they could not keep up with them for a while. The two of them were focused on speed. Their attack power might not be as strong as Chu Suifeng and the others, but their speed was definitely much faster than theirs. When they were about to chase after them, the two divine, Star Venerable beasts that had drilled into the ground suddenly flew out. The two giant beasts flew backward and separated to the sides. Chu Suifeng and the others were shocked. When they took a closer look, they found that the two divine Star Venerable beasts were seriously injured. A large part of their chests had caved in. It was obvious that each of them had been beaten. I knew they would drill into the ground. A familiar figure rushed out from the ground. It was Yi Tianyun. Star Venerable Candle God was very surprised. He had not expected there to be a divine, Star Venerable hiding underground. After Yi Tianyun rushed out quickly, he grabbed the head of one of the divine, Star Venerable beasts and started to perform a super soul search. Since he had come here, he had to capture some divine Star Venerable beasts first and then search their memories. That way, he could immediately grasp the details of the situation. Chapter 2296. As Yi Tianyun performed the Super Soul search, he slapped the divine Star Venerable beast next to him, exploding it into a bloody mist with one slap. He didn't even give it a chance to turn around. How could he waste such a fat sheep? No matter what, it was 5 billion star energy points. He couldn't let it go to waste. If he killed a few more, he could easily raise his cultivation base to the mid-stage divine, Star Venerable. After the soul search was completed, he crushed the divine, Star Venerable beast's head with a cold expression. After the two divine giant beast Star Venerables were killed, everything became easier. Star Venerable Candle God swept through all the giant beasts that were attacking the Zhu family with ease. Everything became extremely easy. Great strength was useful in this place. He could easily crush everything. After dealing with all the beasts, Star Venerable Candle God breathed a sigh of relief. The Zhu family was finally safe. However, the Zhu family's losses this time were quite large. It was as if they had been plowed by a group of beasts. Many places had suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, at least they hadn't been completely wiped out. Thank you for your help, Star Venerable Chu. Also, this friend looks unfamiliar. Are you a new divine? Star Venerable Candle God looked Yi Tianyun up and down, feeling quite surprised. They hadn't expected that the two divine Star Venerables would be intercepted by Yi Tianyun. Although they hadn't seen Tianyun make a move, the two divine star venerables had been seriously injured. His strength was definitely not simple. This surprised Chu Suifeng. He hadn't expected Tianyun's strength to be so strong that he could predict when his opponent would drill into the ground. When he counterattacked, he could launch a surprise attack. Whether it was his prediction or strength, both exceeded Chu Suifeng's expectations. This made him reevaluate Tianyun. He wasn't an ordinary divine, star venerable. Ancestor, our Zhu family has suffered heavy losses. In addition, there is another area. Why is he here? A Zhu family disciple walked over and was about to report the situation to Star Venerable Candle God when he suddenly saw Tianyun there. He pointed at him in shock, his face full of horror. What's wrong with him? Star Venerable Candle God asked in confusion. Ancestor, he is the one who killed our elder. Although that Zhu clan disciple was terrified, he was no longer so terrified when he thought that the ancestor was beside him. What? You killed Zhu Xing and the others? Star Venerable Candle God's anger erupted in an instant, and his soaring killing intent enveloped Tianyun. He was ready to attack at any time. Tianyun looked calm. It was not unexpected for Star Venerable Candle God to show such an expression. Anyone would be angry when their own people were killed. I killed them. They wanted to kill me, so why can't I kill them? Tianyun was facing Star Venerable Candle God. He didn't mind fighting with him. He did not intend to save the Zhu family in the first place. If it were not for the fact that he had to deal with the giant beast clan, he would not have cared about the life and death of the Zhu family. God Candle Star Venerable, if what Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable said is true, then don't blame him. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. If they did this to me, I'd kill them without hesitation. The dignity of a divine, Star Venerable, is inviolable. Chu Suifeng chimed in from the side, representing that he was on the same side as Tianyun. It was not that he wanted to build a good relationship with Tianyun. He was just telling the truth. This Star Venerable Candle God's face was gloomy. He turned to look at that Zhu clan disciple and said angrily, "Are you idiots? Why would you attack a divine, Star Venerable?" He suddenly remembered that if they had attacked Tianyun, even though they knew he was a divine, Star Venerable, they would have deserved to die. No, he was only a late-stage Star Venerable at that time, the Zhu clan disciple said. A late-stage Star Venerable could kill them all. Star Venerable Candle God's face changed. He looked at Tianyun with a gloomy expression. After all, so many elders on his side had died. How could he not be heartbroken? The great Star Venerables they had spent so much effort to nurture were all dead. If they wanted to nurture more in the future, they would have to pay even more. For this matter, our Zhu family admits defeat. If there's nothing else, please leave. We have a lot of things to do. Star Venerable Candle God immediately drove them away. He was rational. He was a little angry, but who asked them to provoke a divine? Star Venerable. Most importantly, a late-stage Star Venerable had been killed instead. They could only say they were stupid. However, no matter how stupid they were still members of their clan. If it was any other time, they would have really started fighting. Now, both Tianyun and Chu Suifeng had helped him. If they had not helped him, the Zhu clan would have fallen. However, he could not take this lying down. He could not greet Tianyun with a smile. Could he? He knew he could not do that. Even Tianyun could not do that, let alone him. Even if his subordinates were stupid and did something wrong, he could not thank the other party for killing them, right? Let's go, Divine Star Venerable Chu. Tianyun did not feel like staying there as a guest. He still had a lot of things to do. Chu Suifeng nodded. After saying goodbye to Divine, Star Venerable Candle God, he left with Yi Tianyun. Let me deduce the next area. Chu Suifeng started to calculate with his fingers, deducing the location of the divine, star venerable beasts. However, before he could deduce it, Yi Tianyun said, "There's no need to deduce it. I know where they are and what their real purpose is." What? Chu Suifeng was surprised. Yi Tianyun's news was really shocking. You even know their purpose? Yes, I just searched their souls. I got a little bit of their memories. Yi Tianyun didn't finish his words. He got all the memories, even the childhood of the divine. Star Venerable, he knew it clearly. Your soul-searching ability is so powerful that you can even search the memories of the divine. Star Venerable beasts. Chu Suifeng was dumbfounded. If he could search like that, he would have done it a long time ago. However, he could not find anything. More or less. It just so happens that I have mastered a technique. Yi Tianyun did not say much about this. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the central area. They attacked Scarlet Moon Planet. In addition to obtaining resources, their other focus was to destroy the array Eye of Scarlet Moon Planet. Destroy the array Eye of Scarlet Moon Planet. Chu Suifeng frowned. He had never heard of such a thing. Yes, there is a huge array above Scarlet Moon Planet. It covers the entire planet. Once the array Eye is destroyed, the biggest seal will be broken. Yi Tianyun pointed to the ground and said in a deep voice, "Under Scarlet Moon Planet, there is a group of divine, star venerable beasts sealed. Once they break the seal, the result is obvious.